Chapter 10-15. This sword was the soul-subduing sword. When it slashed at the white-clothed man's soul, the white-clothed man could not even resist. The white-clothed man stared at Yi Xian. "You didn't leave." Yi Xian grinned. "I just came back to take a look. I didn't expect you to really be here." "What a pleasant surprise." The white-clothed man smiled. "I lost." Yi Xian looked at the white-clothed man. "Can I ask you 2 questions?" The white-clothed man said, "Sure." Yi Xian said, "How strong are you among the Tao protectors?" The white-clothed man smiled. "Average." "Average." Yi Xian frowned slightly. The white-clothed man shook his head and smiled. "I'm not lying to you. I'm only average among the Tao protectors. Now that I'm dead, the Tao protectors will send a new Tao protector." Yi Xian looked at the white-clothed man. "A new Tao protector?" The white-clothed man nodded. "Now that I'm dead, they will know the seriousness of the matter and send more powerful people. Some of them might even come in person." Yi Xian asked, "Where are those people?" The white-clothed man smiled. "Somewhere very far from here." Yi Xian asked, "They don't know me?" The white-clothed man shook his head. "No. Actually, we know you because of the Prophet's study. We're afraid of that study, not you." Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. The white-clothed man smiled. "Your strength has greatly exceeded my expectations. Of course, what I didn't expect was the speed of your strength growth." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then put away the soul-subduing sword and turned to leave. The white-clothed man looked at Yi Xian and did not say a word. After a while, Yi Xian disappeared into the distance. In the same spot, the white-clothed man was silent for a long time. Yi Xian. With that, he turned and left. In the clouds, Yi Xian walked slowly. At this moment, the 9th floor suddenly smiled. "You surprised me." Yi Xian smiled. "What are you surprised about?" The 9th pavilion said, "You killed that white-clothed man, but this matter won't be resolved. Not only will it not be resolved, there will be new and stronger people coming. As for the newcomers, they might not be like this white-clothed man and only target you, and not Fu Wenzong and the Worldwide Academy, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I need some time now. If I kill him, I will be even more pressed for time. Keeping him alive will give me more time." The 9th pavilion said, "This is just a temporary measure." Yi Xian nodded. "I know. Increase his strength." His current strength was not weak. At the very least, other than the top experts in this world, ordinary people were no match for him. But to say that he was strong, he wasn't particularly strong. There were still many who could kill him. Yi Xian did not return to the endless underground city immediately. Instead, he went to the banished immortal city. Here lived a banished immortal, Li Mubai. There were some things that he had not forgotten. Yi Xian arrived at the banished immortal city. He looked up and said, "Come out." A moment later, a middle-aged man walked out. This man was Li Mubai. How could he forget that Li Mubai had helped the Devouring Soul clan? He would remember those who had helped Yi Xian. He would also remember those who had harmed Yi Xian. Li Mubai looked at Yi Xian and said softly, "I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few months, you would have reached such a level." Yi Xian said, "Draw your blade." Li Mubai nodded. He opened his palm, and a long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he took a step forward and drew his blade. The moment the blade was drawn, a ray of blade light shot up into the sky and into the clouds. At the same time, a ray of blade light instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian. This blade seemed to want to split the heavens and earth. In front of Li Mubai, when the blade was half a zhang away from Yi Xian's head, a sword suddenly pierced Li Mubai's throat. Blood splattered. Yi Xian turned and left. In the same spot, Li Mubai looked blankly at Yi Xian's back in the distance. His spirit was destroyed. Yi Xian's current strength was not something that Li Mubai could compare to. After all, he had truly entered the mortal realm. After killing Li Mubai, Yi Xian returned to the endless dungeon. He went to Xiao Dao's pawn shop, but Xiao Dao was not back yet. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and then entered the realm prison pagoda. He came to the 5th floor, where Yi Ling was currently staying. At this moment, Yi Ling was still in seclusion trying to break through to the rebirth realm. Yi Xian did not enter. He was just outside the door. He looked up and asked, "Senior, how is she now?" The 9th floor said, "I don't know." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" The 9th floor said, "She has started to comprehend rebirth. If she succeeds, she will naturally enter the rebirth realm. If she fails," at this point, he did not continue. Yi Xian said with a smile, "She will definitely succeed." The 9th floor said, "You're so confident?" Yi Xian nodded. "I believe in her." The 9th floor said, "There's something I need to tell you." Yi Xian asked, "What?" The 9th floor said, "There's a problem with your current realm." Yi Xian was silent. He was now in the karma realm. If he went further, it would be the rebirth realm. But he knew that this step was very difficult to cross. The 9th floor said, "Your realm is still a bottleneck. You still need to improve it." Yi Xian nodded. "I will look for some good swords when the time comes." The 9th floor said, "The rebirth realm is more about comprehension. But I'm afraid you don't have the heart to sit down and comprehend properly." Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. "Indeed. Ancient battlefield." After Xiao Dao returned, he still had to make a trip to the ancient battlefield. Ancient battlefield. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again, "Senior, what era are you from?" The 9th floor said, "Don't think too much. I'm from this era. As for who I am, there should be very few who still know me. I'm not interested in talking about this. Just mind your own business." Yi Xian, at this moment, a man suddenly walked in. Yi Xian looked at the man. When he saw the man, he was stunned. "Fui. That's the devil." When Fui saw Yi Xian, he was also stunned. But he quickly came back to his senses and smiled. "Little friend, you're here too?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm waiting for Xiao Dao." Fui looked around. "Senior Xiao Dao isn't here?" Yi Xian nodded. "But she should be back soon. You're here for her too?" Fui smiled and said, "Yes, I'm here to exchange something with her." He paused and then asked, "Little friend, are you very familiar with Xiao Dao?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm considered a friend." "Friend?" Fui glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "Xiao Dao doesn't have many friends." Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Fui suddenly said, "Little friend, have you subdued the devil wings?" Yi Xian nodded. Fui said softly, "Little friend, it's an opportunity. Actually, if you have the evil demon blood, you can make the evil demon wings even more powerful." "Devil blood?" Yi Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" Fui smiled and said, "This is the devil ancestor's wings. It contains an extremely strong devil force. However, it requires the devil blood to activate. If you have the devil blood, once you activate it, you will obtain a strong devil force. This devil force is very strong." Yi Xian glanced at Fui. He was about to speak when Fui shook his head and smiled. "Although I'm a devil, my blood won't do." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Fui smiled and said, "Because this is the devil ancestor's wings. It needs his blood to activate. Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "Has the devil ancestor fallen?" Fui nodded. In the battle that year, the gods and devils were all killed. Even if there are some who survived, they are all small fries. As for those who are truly strong, even if there are, I'm afraid there aren't many left. Of course, I don't know the details. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior's strength is not weak." Fui shook his head. "I'm just so. If you want to talk about strength, Xiao Dao is the real strong one." Yi Xian said, "Do you know where she came from?" Fui shook his head again. "I don't know. I only know that she is very, very mysterious. It's as if she knows everything. Sigh, if I had kept a low profile back then, I wouldn't have been sealed for so many years." Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, did you offend Xiao Dao back then?" Fui nodded. "When I woke up back then, I looked down on everything and felt that I was invincible in this world. Unfortunately, I was wrong. If I had kept a low profile back then and cultivated properly, I would have been a great devil by now." Yi Xian asked, "Great devil?" Fui smiled. "Among the ancestors of the devil clan, there are great devils and great devils. Above the great devils is the devil clan's ancestor. The so-called devil clan's ancestor refers to those whose bloodline surpasses that of their ancestors." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "So, in your devil clan, the devil clan's ancestor is stronger with each generation?" Fui nodded. "You can say that." Yi Xian said, "I heard from Xiao Dao that the reason why you were destroyed back then was because of Tendo?" Tendo. Hearing this, Fui's expression became serious. Yi Xian asked, "Is Tendo very scary?" Fui smiled bitterly. "Little friend, Tendo is no joke. Not only is Tendo's strength unfathomable, but his intelligence is also very high. Sigh, anyway, we were too careless back then. The God clan is probably very sullen." Yi Xian smiled. "Have you ever thought about revenge?" Fui quickly shook his head. "I can't have such thoughts. Right now, I just want to live a good life. I don't want anything else." "Live a good life." Yi Xian nodded. "Me too. Being born in this world, who didn't want to live a good life?" Fui suddenly said, "Little friend, that ancient battlefield has opened. If you want the blood of the devil clan's ancestor, you can go there." Yi Xian asked, "Your devil clan's ancestor fell there?" Fui nodded. "Yes, if you go there, you might be able to obtain the blood of the devil clan's ancestor if you have the opportunity. However, little friend, you have to be mentally prepared. The blood of the devil clan's ancestor is extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to obtain it." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. "I'll go and try my luck then." At this moment, Fui suddenly took out a white jade bottle. He walked in front of Yi Xian, then stuffed the white jade bottle into Yi Xian's arms. "Little friend, there is a drop of the devil clan's ancestor's blood in here. It can activate the devil clan's devil power once. I have no use for it, so I'll give it to you." Yi Xian put away the white jade bottle without batting an eyelid. Then, he said with a smile, "Senior, why are you looking for Miss Xiao Dao?" Fui quickly nodded. "Yes, I want to ask Senior Xiao Dao for a small favor. I'm just a little worried that Miss Xiao Dao won't like me. If she chases me out, then look at this." Yi Xian said seriously, "Senior, don't worry. I will put in a good word for you in front of Miss Xiao Dao later." Hearing this, Fui quickly cupped his fists. "Little friend, you're righteous." Yi Xian smiled. "I don't have any good points, but I like to help others." Fui nodded and said sincerely, "I can see that. It's hard to find a good person like you in this world." Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, the 9th floor suddenly said, "Stop, stop, I can't take it anymore." P.S. Can I ask for leave on my wedding day? I want to consummate my marriage, I don't want to write. Chapter 10:16. Hypocrite. The ninth floor said, Yi Xian, little fellow, I've realized that there's someone as shameless as you. Yi Xian was speechless. Fui glanced at Yi Xian's abdomen. Little friend, who is this? Yi Xian smiled. A senior is staying in my body temporarily. Fui nodded. You're quite strong. The ninth floor smiled. Just as so. Fui shook his head. Your aura is unfathomable. Although you're right in front of me, I can't sense you. You're like the vast starry sky, giving off an invisible pressure. Standing in front of you, I feel like I'm standing in front of a towering mountain. It makes me feel unreachable. The corner of Yi Xian's eye twitched a little. This guy was too good at flattering. The ninth floor laughed. Actually, it's not as exaggerated as you say. I'm just as so. And, your strength isn't bad either. There aren't many people in this world who can kill you. It's rare to see someone at your age reach this level. Yi Xian was speechless. Fui smiled. Compared to you, my strength is like the light of a firefly in front of the bright moon. It's insignificant. The ninth floor smiled. You flatter me. You're too humble. You're indeed a peerless powerhouse. Your breadth of mind is a role model for my generation. Fui wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, both of you are peerless powerhouses. I'm the only one who's weak. Fui shook his head. No, no. Little friend, you've reached the common sword realm at such a young age. Moreover, you have Miss Xiao Dao as your friend. I dare say that in the near future, you won't be a match for little friend. Yi Xian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from the side. Are you guys done? Yi Xian and Fui turned to look. At this moment, Xiao Dao was already standing in front of the door. Neither of them knew when Xiao Dao had arrived. Seeing Xiao Dao, that Fui hurriedly goes over and respectfully salutes, Greetings, Miss Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at the Fui. What's the matter? Fui promptly said, There is a small matter that I would like to ask Miss Xiao Dao's help with. Xiao Dao smiled and said, Is it the seal from before? Fui nodded. The seal is in my body. I can't destroy it no matter what. Therefore, I can only ask for Miss Xiao Dao's help. Since you've saved my life, I'll definitely repay you even if I have to work like an ox or a horse. Xiao Dao was expressionless. I'm powerless. Then, she walked behind the counter, took out a small account book, and flipped through it. Seeing this, that Fui suddenly felt a little awkward. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Come, let's not talk about this for now. I'll cook. Then, he gave Fui a look. Fui understood and hurriedly said, Come, let me help you. Then, he hurriedly walked to Yi Xian's side and helped Yi Xian cook. About an hour later, Yi Xian had prepared a table full of dishes. At this moment, Xiao Dao walked to the table and sat down. She didn't say anything and directly picked up her chopsticks. Yi Xian also sat down to eat. He looked at Fui and said, Let's eat together. Fui glanced at Xiao Dao and hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm not eating. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Fui shook her head. Yi Xian didn't insist and directly started eating. After eating for a while, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Miss Xiao Dao, you told me before that demons are all vicious people, but I see that Senior Fui is quite a good person. Xiao Dao sneered. Good? Do you know that he slaughtered 12 cities in a row and killed more than 10 million people? Slaughtered 12 cities. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and then he looked at Fui. Fui smiled awkwardly. I was young. I was young and ignorant at that time. I did many wrong things, but I've changed now. Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. Changed? Needless to say, this guy must have been a ruthless person in the past. At this time, Xiao Dao said again, don't think that this guy is honest now. In fact, he's not honest at all. If you give him a ladder, he will climb to the heavens. Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Dao smiled. Do you still want to speak up for him? Yi Xian smiled. He once said that he wanted to form good karma with me, and I also want to form good karma with this senior. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. I'm sure. Xiao Dao nodded slightly. I'll give you this face. After saying that, she pointed a finger, and a white light entered Fui's forehead. Boom! Fui's body trembled violently. In the next moment, a powerful aura swept out from his body, but very quickly, that aura was quickly retracted by him. After a moment, Fui bowed respectfully to Xiao Dao. Thank you. After saying that, he looked at Yi Xian. Thank you, young friend. After saying that, he pointed a finger, and a black seal appeared in front of Yi Xian. Young friend, this is the teleportation stone. In the future, if young friend needs my help, pour your Xian energy into it, and I will appear. Yi Xian shook his head. Senior, you have to think this through. In the future, my troubles might not be small. Fui was about to speak when Xiao Dao smiled. What he said isn't false. You should be able to feel that he has a lot of karma. In the future, if he needs your help, he might take your life. Fui smiled. That's not a problem. After saying that, he looked at Yi Xian. Young friend, take care. Yi Xian nodded. Senior, take care. Fui nodded. Then, he turned and left. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. When you go to the ancient battlefield, if possible, help me take something. Yi Xian asked, take what? Xiao Dao opened his palm, and a piece of paper appeared in front of Yi Xian. On the paper, there was a jade stone that was half black and half white. Yi Xian asked, this is? Xiao Dao smiled. Evil Spirit Stone. It's a stone with two completely different attributes. It's useless to you, but it's useful to me. Don't ask me why I don't go by myself. If I go to that place, it will be troublesome. Yi Xian asked, what kind of trouble? Xiao Dao glared at Yi Xian. Are you poisonous? Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian sighed. That place is not simple. If I go, it will be troublesome. There are some things that I don't want to care about. Do you understand? Yi Xian asked, what things do you not want to care about? Xiao Dao suddenly slammed his palm on the table. Boom! The table turned into ashes. Yi Xian hurriedly said, don't be angry. I won't ask. Xiao Dao glared at Yi Xian. He was a little angry. Yi Xian smiled. I won't ask any more. Xiao Dao calmly said, that place has already been opened. There will be many people going in. Be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He hesitated for a while and said, Miss Xiao Dao, this trip will be very dangerous. I am a little worried. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Xiao Dao, I saw you using that needle the other day. Yes, that needle of destiny. Can you lend it to me? When I come out, I will return it to you immediately. How about it? I swear. I can swear an oath. Xiao Dao was expressionless. You want that needle of destiny? Yi Xian hurriedly said, I'm borrowing it. I'm borrowing it. Xiao Dao calmly said, will you return it? Yi Xian seriously said, you still don't trust my character? Xiao Dao grinned. I trust you. I especially trust your character. So, I won't lend it to you. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Xiao Dao shook her head. That needle of destiny isn't something you can activate now. You have many treasures on you. It won't be very dangerous to go to the ancient battlefield. Of course, I won't make you come here for nothing. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a green shield appeared in her hand. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Senior Xiao Dao, what is this? The little Daoist smiled and said, after you take the projection of the heaven and earth shroud, if you encounter any danger in the future, you can activate it and obtain a protective shield. This shield can prevent you from being attacked for half a quarter of an hour. Simply put, you are invincible for half a quarter of an hour. Of course, unless it's an expert like that woman in a plain dress who attacks you. Yi Xian frowned. It's only a projection. Xiao Dao nodded. Yi Xian asked. Is it with you? Little Daoist blinked and said, no. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao tapped with her finger, and the white light entered between Yi Xian's brows. This is the address. Go there. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. That place is really dangerous. Xiao Dao blinked. Are you sure you don't want to go? Yi Xian hurriedly said, I'm going. With that, he put away the heaven and earth shield and left. Xiao Dao shook her head and smiled. Then, she turned around and walked into the counter. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of the door. The old man wore a loose black robe. He had a head full of white hair, and his eyes were extremely sharp like knives. The old man looked at Xiao Dao. Who are you to Yi Xian? Xiao Dao waved her right hand. Bang! The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he blocked with his right hand. Rumble! The old man's right hand exploded into pieces. At the same time, he'd retreated far away. The old man took a deep look at Yi Xian. Who exactly are you? Behind the counter, the little Daoist looked up at the old man and said with a smile, guess. The old man spoke in a low voice. You should know who our Dao protector is. Xiao Dao nodded. I do. Moreover, I know him very well. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Very well. Xiao Dao smiled. The first Dao master of your Dao protector was called Lin Lang, right? The old man's pupils constricted. You, Xiao Dao shook her head and sighed. When I first met him, he was still a little kid. Of course, I have to say that he was a genius to have come to such a level. If it wasn't for the fact that he was obsessed and couldn't let go, he would have been able to improve further. The old man spoke in a low voice. Who exactly are you? Xiao Dao grinned. Are you sure you want to know? The old man nodded. This old man is very curious. Xiao Dao grinned. The fifth dimension didn't exist when I was alive. The old man's pupils constricted. In the next moment, his head flew into the air. Chapter 1017. In the pawn shop of Tendo, Xiao Dao continued to flip through the small account book in her hand. The account book recorded all the favors owed to her. From the beginning to the present, she had given out a lot of debts. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared outside the door. The person who came was Yan Di of Yandian. Yan Di glanced at the corpse in front of him. He hesitated and then bowed respectfully to Xiao Dao. Senior Xiao Dao, who is this person? Xiao Dao smiled, the Dao protector. Yan Di walked into the pawn shop and said in a low voice, what kind of force is this Dao protector? Xiao Dao put down the account book in her hand and looked at Yan Di. I know what you mean. You want to form a good relationship with Yi Xian, right? Yan Di nodded. Xiao Dao shook her head. you can help him a little at ordinary times, but you can't put the hopes of the whole sect on him. Yan Di was puzzled. Why? Xiao Dao smiled, because the karma on him is too strong. If you put the hopes of the whole sect on him, you may have nothing. Simply put, you are weak, understand? Yan Di was silent. Xiao Dao smiled. Let's talk about this Dao protector. They are definitely not something that your Yan Dian can compete with. This is a very ancient force, and its power is beyond your imagination. Yan Di said in a low voice, Senior Xiao Dao, who is this Yi Xian? Xiao Dao said softly, a person that I can't afford to offend. Hearing this, Yan Di suddenly looked up at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao smiled slightly. In your hearts, I am very powerful, omniscient and omnipotent, but in fact, compared to the woman behind him, speaking of this, she shook her head, that is a person who is not within the rules. Yan Di said in a low voice, how strong is she? Xiao Dao smiled, I don't know. Yan Di frowned slightly, you don't know? Xiao Dao blinked. I just don't know. Her strength has already surpassed the realm I know. Moreover, let me tell you a secret. She is actually not. She suddenly shook her head. Forget it. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. In any case, you just have to remember that you can befriend Yi Xian, but you can't become too close to him. Once you become close to him, he'll be fine, but you'll definitely be in trouble. That's because he can handle the messy karma, but you can't. Furthermore, there's no need for you to befriend him. Just remember to keep a low profile. Yan Di bowed slightly, thank you, Miss Xiao Dao, for your guidance. Xiao Dao continued, the ancient Buddha clan, the Yama Emperor immediately replied, we did not bully the ancient Buddha clan. Xiao Dao nodded. They are no longer a threat to you. Let them live. Yan Di nodded, understood. Xiao Dao looks at the corpses outside the door and shakes his head with a smile. These Dao protectors even dare to have ideas about me. Are they tired of living? After a brief hesitation, the Yama Emperor asked, Senior Xiao Dao, since that woman is so powerful, why are these Dao protectors targeting Yi Xian? Xiao Dao blinked her eyes. Because they have no brains. Hearing those words, the Yama Emperor's expression froze. The little Daoist smiled and said, actually, they don't know that woman's true strength at all. Furthermore, these people are from the ancient era, and they have done many earth-shattering things. In addition to the fact that they have always been high and mighty, they are extremely arrogant. Putting it in a nutshell, once a person reaches a certain height, they will be conceited, and they are extremely conceited. They won't be afraid of Yi Xian. Aside from the Supreme Tendo, they don't place anyone in their eyes. After a brief silence, the Yama Emperor asked, they don't even place you in their eyes? If they placed me in their eyes, then they wouldn't have sent someone to look for me. Xiao Dao smiled. Logically speaking, such an ancient power should know about Miss Xiao Dao. Yama Emperor said in a deep voice. Xiao Dao smiled. Let's not talk about them anymore. When you leave later, help me drag that corpse away. It's too bloody. Yama Emperor nodded, turned around, and left. In the pawn shop. After a moment of silence, Xiao Dao shook his head and sighed. After leaving the boundless underground city, Yi Xian arrived at a barren mountain according to the route given by Xiao Dao. Yi Xian glanced around. There were mountains all around, and the top of the mountains was shrouded in mist. About an hour later, Yi Xian arrived in front of a dilapidated old city. The city wasn't big, and it was very dilapidated. There were many corpses scattered around the city. Yi Xian looked at the top of the city gate, and there were two large words on it, Ancient Battle City. When Yi Xian arrived in front of the city gate, a cold aura assaulted his face. Yi Xian looked to his right and saw a young man staring at him from the corner of a wall. When he saw Yi Xian look over, the young man was stunned. In the next moment, the hostility in his eyes vanished completely, and then he nodded slightly to Yi Xian before turning around and leaving. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He knows me? Without giving it any further thought, Yi Xian walked into the city. The city was in a mess, and the surrounding buildings were dilapidated. Moreover, corpses could be seen everywhere. Right at this moment, an explosion resounded from not too far away. Yi Xian looked up and saw a figure falling in front of him. It was a woman. The woman wore a tight dress, and her features were picturesque. She was extremely beautiful. Not too far away, a robust man walked over. The woman suddenly stood up and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly moved to the side. "I'm just passing by." The woman spoke in a low voice. "Young master, please help me." However, Yi Xian shook his head. "Young miss, don't joke around. I'm just passing by. A hero saving a damsel in distress? No." He didn't have such a thought. This place seemed to be in a mess, so it was better not to cause trouble. Moreover, this woman might not be a good person. If he didn't understand the actual situation, then it was best not to interfere. The woman's expression was slightly unsightly when she heard Yi Xian. Meanwhile, the robust man suddenly cupped his fists to Yi Xian. "Your Excellency, this is a matter between me and this woman. I hope you won't interfere." Yi Xian nodded. "I won't interfere. Both of you continue." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved to the side. The woman glanced coldly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned when he sensed her hostility. "What the hell?" The robust man suddenly gazed at the woman. "Leng Yan, you're not kind. We agreed to split the spoils we obtained in the ancient battlefield equally, yet you intended to take it all for yourself. Moreover, you even killed Lu Qing." The woman called Leng Yan spoke indifferently. "Li Xiao, if I were you, I would leave right now. Only then might you have a chance at survival." Li Xiao laughed coldly. "Do you think I'm just trying to scare you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. However, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Xiao's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly smashed his fist forward. However, his figure was blasted flying as soon as his fist was swung forward. In the end, he smashed heavily against a pile of ruins. Bang! The entire ground trembled violently. Li Xiao was just about to stand up when the old man suddenly smashed his fist forward from afar. A strand of formidable soul energy surged out, and Li Xiao's body was blasted into pieces before he could even react. Only his soul remained. The old man laughed coldly. He clawed with his right hand, and an ethereal seal pressed down upon Li Xiao. In the next moment, Li Xiao was pressed down by the seal, and then the old man opened his mouth and sucked Li Xiao's soul into his mouth. His soul was obliterated. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. The old man is a soul cultivator. He's rare to see such a cultivator. The old man walked over to the woman. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly, and then she grabbed the old man's hand and smiled. "I wouldn't be here if you were a little late." As she spoke, she even intentionally rubbed some parts of her body against the old man's arm. Yi Xian was flabbergasted by this scene. The relationship between them isn't ordinary at all. Meanwhile, the 9th pavilion master chuckled, an old cow eating young grass. "Ha ha ha." Yi Xian shook his head and chuckled. He wasn't interested in interfering in their business, so he turned around and left. Right at this moment, Leng Yan suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. "Wait." Yi Xian turned around to look at Leng Yan. "Miss, do you need something?" Leng Yan walked over to Yi Xian, and she smiled. "Do you regret it now?" Yi Xian was puzzled. "What do I regret?" Leng Yan smiled. "If you had helped me just now, you would have sowed good karma with me, but now," as she spoke, she sized up Yi Xian. Now, you're going to pay the price. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. Are you crazy? Why do you think I have to help you? Leng Yan looked at Yi Xian. I'm going to make you regret not helping me now. Yi Xian shook his head. I've always thought that as a cultivator, one's intelligence shouldn't be bad. Reality has proven that stupidity and strength have nothing to do with each other. Leng Yan narrowed her eyes. You're so stubborn. You. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slapped her. Boom. Before Leng Yan could react, she was sent flying by Yi Xian's slap. This time, she was sent flying hundreds of zhang away. Leng Yan stood up, and she was stunned. I don't even have the ability to fight back. At this moment, she suddenly calmed down. She knew that this young man before her was absolutely not an ordinary person. Leng Yan turned around to look at the old man. The old man took a deep look at Yi Xian, and then he cupped his fists. You're really strong. Yi Xian smiled. Aren't you going to avenge her? The old man glanced at Leng Yan, and then he said, it was she who offended you. It's up to you to deal with her. Leng Yan's face instantly turned pale when she heard the old man. She knew that the old man had given up on her. Why would he give up on her? There was only one explanation, and it was that the man before her was extremely strong. Yi Xian glanced at the old man and was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the old man would actually give up on this woman. Yi Xian shook his head, and then he looked at Leng Yan and smiled. Tell me, how should I punish you? Leng Yan's face was extremely pale. She hesitated for a moment, and then she walked over to Yi Xian and knelt down slowly. I'm willing to do anything for you, young master. Anything. Yi Xian's expression became slightly strange when he heard this. Right at this moment, numerous formidable auras suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and these auras had locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Someone is targeting me? Meanwhile, the old man suddenly smiled and said, Your Excellency, my men have arrived. So, I've changed my mind. Chapter 10:18. The old man's voice had just resounded when a few black-robed figures appeared behind him. The aura of these black-robed men was extremely powerful, and their divine consciousnesses were locked onto Yi Xian. I've changed my mind. Yi Xian's expression became slightly strange, and then he gazed at Leng Yan with a spurious smile on his face. Leng Yan was slightly hesitant. After a short moment, she stood up and moved aside. Yi Xian gazed at the old man, and the old man smiled. May I know your name? Yi Xian grinned. Yi Xian. The old man pondered deeply for a moment, and then he shook his head. I've never heard of you. He smiled as he spoke. Looks like you're a nobody. I can kill you without worries. It was very straightforward. Yi Xian smiled, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss. A strand of sword light flashed through the battlefield. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist before he smashed it forward. A strand of formidable energy of the soul surged out from within his fist. However, it instantly vanished without a trace when it came into contact with Yi Xian's sword. The old man was horrified. A moment later, the sword pierced through his throat. Hiss. Blood sprayed from the old man's throat, and his soul was just about to flee. However, he noticed to his astonishment that his soul couldn't move at all. Because Yi Xian's sword was the soul-suppressing sword. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. I'm an elder of the Tianhun sect. Do you dare to kill me? Yi Xian nodded. I do. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the soul-suppressing sword completely absorbed the old man's soul. Yi Xian put the sword away, and then he gazed at the remaining experts. Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly retreated. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He waved his right hand, and the soul-suppressing sword transformed into a ray of light that vanished. Hiss! 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 5 heads practically flew into the air at the same time. Only Yi Xian and Leng Yan were left. Yi Xian looked at Leng Yan. Leng Yan's expression changed, and she retreated. Yi Xian smiled and turned to leave. Leng Yan instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene, and then she glanced at the corpses before she turned around and vanished swiftly into the distance. Yi Xian entered the city. Not long after, he arrived at the center of the city. At the center of the city, there was a teleportation array. This was none other than the teleportation array leading to the ancient battlefield. But at this moment, there were experts guarding the teleportation array. Yi Xian walked to the transfer array and an old man in linen robes appeared in front of him. The old man looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Do you have a pass?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Miss Xiao Dao asked me to come." The old man looked at Yi Xian, "I don't know him." "You don't know him?" Yi Xian was stunned. These guys didn't know Xiao Dao. Isn't Xiao Dao keeping too low of a profile? Meanwhile, the old man said, "Leave immediately if you don't have a pass." Yi Xian asked, "Where should I get this so-called pass?" The old man gazed at Yi Xian, "If you know it, then you know it. If you don't, then you don't. Why are you asking?" Yi Xian was speechless. The old man said, "Leave immediately." Yi Xian nodded, turned around, and left. It didn't take long for him to vanish into the distance. It didn't take long for the teleportation array to tremble slightly. The old man frowned slightly as he gazed at the teleportation array with a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian was within a teleportation array. He naturally wouldn't try to get a pass. After he utilized the wings of demon, his speed had risen to its limits. So, he entered the teleportation array swiftly without the old man noticing. The ancient battlefield. Inside the teleportation array, Yi Xian's eyes were closed, and he was in deep concentration. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, he was by a river, surrounded by endless mountains. Not far in front of him stood a huge statue that was dozens of feet tall. Half of the statue's body was in the river, and it was badly damaged. It didn't even have an arm. Yi Xian looked at the statue and said softly, "Is this a demon or a deity?" "A deity." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned to look. Not far away, a woman was slowly walking towards him. The woman was about 20 years old, wore a long white dress, and held a long saber in her hand. Yi Xian looked at the woman. She was wearing a white mask, and he couldn't see her real face. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss, you are?" The woman said, "Just call me Ah Chi." Yi Xian nodded. "Miss Ah Chi, did you just say that this is a deity?" Ah Chi nodded. "A deity from ancient times, I think he was called a giant deity. He was so strong that he could hold up the heavens and the earth." "A giant deity." Yi Xian walked to the statue and gently touched it. Then he shook his head, a look of disappointment in his eyes. The material was just ordinary stone, not precious at all. At this moment, Ah Chi suddenly said, "Did you just come in?" Yi Xian gathered his thoughts and nodded. "Just now." Ah Chi looked at Yi Xian. "Are you interested in joining forces?" Yi Xian looked at Ah Chi. "Join forces? What do you mean?" Ah Chi pointed to the right. There is a secret realm that just appeared. "Are you interested in joining forces?" Yi Xian smiled. "You trust me?" Ah Chi said, "Just a partnership." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right." Ah Chi said, "Follow me." With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian followed. On the way, Yi Xian asked in his mind, "Senior, is this woman dangerous?" He could not sense Ah Chi's aura, and she was definitely not at the level of Xiao Dao. The ninth person smiled. "Take a guess." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Senior, don't be like this." The ninth person chuckled. "I know where the most dangerous and safest places are, but I won't tell you, haha." Yi Xian, Ah Chi suddenly said, "Are you a swordsman?" Yi Xian was a little surprised. "You know?" Ah Chi nodded. "You have the aura of sword will on you." Yi Xian smiled. "Are you a saber cultivator?" Ah Chi looked at her saber and nodded slightly. "Yes." Yi Xian looked at Ah Chi. "Miss Ah Chi, where are you from?" Ah Chi was silent. Yi Xian smiled. "Just a simple question, no malice." Ah Chi said, "Sky sect." Sky sect? Yi Xian frowned. He had never heard of this. Ah Chi looked at Yi Xian. "Never heard of it?" Yi Xian nodded. "No." Ah Chi said, "Where are you from?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Worldwide Academy." Ah Chi said softly, "The academy founded by the Prophet?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." "You have heard of the Prophet?" Ah Chi looked at Yi Xian. The Prophet was a peerless powerhouse. Who doesn't know of him? All heavens and realms. Yi Xian was silent. Even now, he did not know how big the five-dimensional universe was. For example, he had never heard of the Sky Sect in front of him. This Sky Sect was definitely not an ordinary force. Because Ah Chi was very strong. At this moment, Ah Chi suddenly said, "Who is the Dean of the Worldwide Academy now?" Yi Xian said, "Teacher." Ah Chi nodded. "I heard that the Worldwide Academy has a treasure called the Universal Library. I think it's over there." Yi Xian smiled. "It's with me." Ah Chi looked at Yi Xian, but did not say anything. The two continued forward. About an hour later, Ah Chi stopped. She looked into the distance. There was a tall mountain there, and there were several stone statues on the ground in front of the mountain. Ah Chi said, "It's right there. There used to be a god living in this mountain. This god fell here after the Great War." Yi Xian asked, "Is it dangerous?" Ah Chi nodded. "It's definitely dangerous. This place has been discovered for some time, but no one has entered it." Yi Xian looked at the mountain and said, "Senior, can you sense the situation inside?" The ninth person said, "It's safe. There's no problem. Let's go in." Yi Xian's face darkened. "What the hell? This guy is definitely trying to trick me." At this moment, Ah Chi said, "Let's go in." Yi Xian nodded. The two walked towards the entrance of the mountain. Soon, they arrived at the mountain. From their position, it was pitch black inside. They could not see anything. Yi Xian's divine consciousness spread into the belly of the mountain. However, his divine consciousness disappeared without a trace as soon as it entered the belly of the mountain. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned. Ah Chi suddenly said, "It's useless. This place is special. Divine sense cannot enter." Yi Xian looked at Ah Chi. "Let's go in together." Ah Chi nodded. The two of them walked inside. After entering, he immediately felt a formless pressure. Yi Xian frowned. This place was not simple. At this moment, Ah Chi suddenly said, "I feel something ahead. Let's go." After saying that, she sped up. Yi Xian also sped up. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the depths of the mountain. Up until now, the entire cave was pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, both of them were cultivators. This kind of darkness did not affect them much. At this moment, Qi suddenly stopped. She looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "What's wrong? Miss Qi?" Qi smiled and said, "They say you are smart, but I don't think so." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Qi, what do you mean?" Qi looked at Yi Xian and took a step back. At this moment, 4 black chains suddenly appeared around them. Before Yi Xian could react, these 4 black chains wrapped around Yi Xian's body. At the same time, the surroundings suddenly lit up. 4 black-robed elders were standing around Yi Xian. The ends of the 4 chains were in the hands of the 4 elders. Looking at Qi and Xiao Dao, Yi Xian asked, "Miss Qi, what's the meaning of this? What do you think?" Qi smiled. Yi Xian solemnly said, "Miss Qi, before I die, I want to know about Dao Yi. I want to know who you guys are." Ancient Buddha Clan. Qi smiled. Ancient Buddha Clan. Hearing that, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. And at this moment, in the faraway boundless underground city, in the pawn shop, little Taoist, who was lying on the counter, suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were cold. "Are you trying to slap my face?" Chapter 10-19. Ancient Buddha Clan. In the cave, Yi Xian fell into silence. He initially thought that it was the Tao Protector that made a move against him, but he never expected that it wasn't the Tao Protector, but the Ancient Buddha Clan. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. "In the end, I still have to kill them all. If you don't kill the snake, there will be trouble in the future." Looking at Yi Xian, Qi asked, "Do you regret it?" With a smile, Yi Xian replied, "I do regret it a little." Qi walked towards Yi Xian and continued, "Yi Xian, my Ancient Buddha Clan has no enmity with you, but you brought Xiao Dao to force the death of the powerhouses of my Ancient Buddha Clan. You're truly ruthless." Shaking his head, Yi Xian smiled. "You have to understand something. Your Ancient Buddha Clan was the one that targeted my friend, and I, Yi Xian, wasn't the one that provoked you. Do you understand?" Qi's expression gradually turned sinister. "But your friend is still alive. But the powerhouses of my Ancient Buddha Clan have all fallen." With a smile, Yi Xian replied, "If my friend and I weren't strong, then we would be the ones that died. At that time, will you question your Ancient Buddha Clan like how you're doing right now?" "No, you wouldn't." Qi suddenly smiled. "Yeah, you're right. In this world, strength is everything, and my Ancient Buddha Clan was weak. So we deserve to be annihilated. But now? Yi Xian, I want to know what you're thinking right now." Blinking his eyes, Yi Xian replied, "What I'm thinking is, isn't it good for you guys to be alive?" Hearing his words, Qi squinted her eyes. "Come, you can try." Spreading out his palm, Yi Xian abruptly clenched his fist. Boom! A powerful force suddenly condensed in his right hand. At this moment, the red chains on his body suddenly trembled, and strands of mysterious blood-red energy converged incessantly into his body. In the blink of an eye, the energy on Yi Xian's body disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. These chains seemed to have some tricks up their sleeves. Qi suddenly laughed and said, "This is my Tian sect's forbidden spirit prison array. Not to mention you, even that Xiao Dao won't be able to mobilize any power if he's trapped in this array." Yi Xian shook his head. "I have to admit that this is indeed not bad. However, you're bragging a little." Qi was just about to speak when a middle-aged man suddenly walked over from afar. Seeing this middle-aged man, Qi hurriedly bowed. "Grand Elder." This person was the Great Elder of the Sky Sect, Tian Qi. The middle-aged man walked up to Yi Xian and smiled, "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "I've said it before. How can the Ancient Buddha Clan dare to target me? So it turns out that there's someone behind them. Tian Qi smiled. Young Master Yi, we would like to make a deal with you. The myriad dimensional library and the world prison pagoda are in your hands, and we want these two items. But according to what I know, the world prison pagoda has already recognized you as its owner. If we want to open the library, we will need your cooperation. So, can young Master Yi help us with this small matter? Naturally, it's not for free. After obtaining the library, we can let young Master Yi die a dignified death without pain. Yi Xian fell into silence. At this moment, Tian Qi continued, if young Master Yi doesn't agree. Naturally, my suggestion is for young Master Yi to cooperate with us. Furthermore, if young Master Yi wishes to seek help or resist, then there's no need for that. To imprison you, we have paid a great price. In this place, you won't be able to send any news out. Even if the plain-dressed woman behind you comes, we have already made preparations. Looking at Tian Qi, Yi Xian asked, you guys know about the plain-dressed woman? Tian Qi smiled. We do. Before we deal with you, we naturally have to investigate you. You guys aren't afraid of her? Yi Xian smiled. Tian Qi gently smiled. She's also a human, it's just that she's slightly stronger than others. What's there to be afraid of? Nodding his head, Yi Xian replied, what you said makes sense, but, as he spoke, the corner of his lips rose. You guys seem to have underestimated me. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword cry suddenly resounded in the cave. In the next moment, a sword suddenly flew out of Yi Xian's body. The Executing Heaven Sword. The Executing Heaven Sword slashed against the chains. Boom! The chains violently trembled, but they did not shatter. On the contrary, they only cracked a little. Tian Qi smiled. These chains are formed by the formation. No matter how exquisite your sword is, it's impossible to break them in a short time. As he spoke, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Now, I'll give you one last chance, young Master Yi. Don't make a mistake. Yi Xian smiled. Come, hit me. Hearing this, Tian Qi's eyes narrowed. It seems that young Master Yi refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Having said that, he opened his palm and a white flame appeared in his palm. Young Master Yi, do you know that this is? Yi Xian smiled. Cut the crap and hit me. Tian Qi looked at Yi Xian and in the next moment, he suddenly threw the flame at Yi Xian. Boom! Yi Xian's body immediately burst into flames. However, Yi Xian was completely unharmed. The Torch Dragon Armor. Obviously, the grade of the flame wasn't as high as the Torch Dragon Armor. Tian Qi's expression turned unsightly when he witnessed this scene. He knew that Yi Xian was wearing an armor, but he hadn't expected it to be so formidable. Tian Qi was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously. Bang! A strand of powerful sword intent swept out from within him. Rumble! The four chains around him were instantly blasted apart. Meanwhile, he gestured with his right hand, and the Executing Heaven Sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he swung it at himself. Bang! With this slash, the chains immediately disappeared without a trace. Tian Qi's expression changed drastically at the sight of this, and he was just about to attack. However, a ray of light suddenly flashed. It was the devil's wings. It was so swift that Tian Qi wasn't able to react in time, and his head was instantly sliced off. Qi's face changed drastically. Just when she was about to attack, Yi Xian's sword was suddenly pressed against her throat. Qi's body instantly froze on the spot, and she stared at Yi Xian. She was just about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly stabbed his sword forward. Hiss! It pierced through Qi's throat. Qi's eyes opened wide. At the same time, Yi Xian's sword sliced off Ah Qi's head. Mercy? He would never be merciful to his enemies. The remaining old men wanted to flee, but they didn't have Yi Xian's sword. In just a few breaths of time, only Yi Xian was left. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. I won't be merciful next time. His decision to let the ancient Buddha clan off was clearly a mistake. Yi Xian took a glance at them before he turned around and left. He didn't take their treasures, since they were trash that he couldn't be bothered with. Boundless City. On this day, a masked man suddenly arrived at the ancient Buddha clan. When he left, all the experts of the ancient Buddha clan at the life and death realm and above were dead, and their heads were placed in the main hall of the ancient Buddha clan. In an instant, all the experts in the Boundless City were shocked. Who did it? They were all wondering. Tendo's pawnshop. In the pawnshop, the little Taoist was sleeping soundly on the counter. At this moment, a masked man appeared at the door. The masked man bowed slightly to the little Taoist and said, "This matter is too simple. It can't be considered as repaying a favor. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." When he finished speaking, he vanished. Xiao Dao was still snoring in the pawnshop. After Yi Xian left the cave, he took a glance at the surroundings and left. Yi Xian walked towards the right, and after walking for a long time, he arrived before a tattered ruin. In the ruin, he saw some broken limbs of a statue. Yi Xian walked into the ruins. As soon as he entered, a voice suddenly came from the ruins. Yi Xian stopped. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. He could not sense any aura. Yi Xian looked around. "Senior?" There was no response. Yi Xian briefly hesitated before he walked over. It didn't take long for him to arrive before a broken statue that only had a head left. Yi Xian sized up the head, and then he said, "Sir?" A voice resounded from the head, "You have the aura of a demon on you." The aura of a demon. Yi Xian's face shook when he heard this. Looks like the person within the head is a god. Yi Xian smiled, "Senior, it isn't the ancient times anymore." The god fell silent. Yi Xian continued, "Senior, do you have an inheritance?" The ninth sovereign spoke abruptly, "Can you hold back a little?" Yi Xian spoke with a serious expression, "Hold back my ass. If you want to, then be more direct." The ninth sovereign said, "Your face is even more formidable than the sword of that woman in a plain dress." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the god spoke abruptly, "You have the aura of a demon on you. Human, have you come into contact with demons?" Yi Xian nodded, "I have." "Senior, even though I've come into contact with demons, I'm a good person, an extremely good person." The god fell silent for a short moment before he said, "You can leave." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Senior, take a good look at me. I think that you won't be able to meet anyone better than me. If you have any treasures or inheritances, then I think I'm the best choice." The ninth sovereign was speechless. The god said, "Human, I don't have any inheritances or treasures. This place isn't suitable for you. You can go look elsewhere." Yi Xian spoke with a serious expression, "Senior, I think that you really should consider it. I'm really not a bad person. If you give me your treasures and inheritances, then I'll definitely be able to make them shine and restore the glory of the godly race." The god fell silent. Yi Xian was about to speak when the god spoke abruptly, "Human, I've already spoken so bluntly. I don't want to give my inheritance to you. Don't make things difficult for me." Yi Xian spoke seriously, "Senior, take a good look at me and consider it. You'll regret it if you miss out on me." The god fell silent. A short while later, the god spoke abruptly, "You really do seem like a good person." At this moment, the ninth sovereign suddenly said, "Damn it. P.S. The betrothal gift has been given." Let me tell you something. Don't look down on me. A fortune teller once told me that I'll be rich and powerful in the future, at least a billionaire. I told my wife's family that, but they didn't believe me, and said that they can't give me a penny less. I truly believe that love between two people is the most important thing. Everything else is just fleeting clouds. This era is too impetuous. Caravans and whatnot are too common. Using money to measure love is too common. I seriously despise it. Finally, please count the votes. Life has been tough lately. Chapter 10:20. Yi Xian was delighted when he heard this. At this moment, the deity said, "Do you have the aura of a demon on you?" The aura of a demon. Yi Xian was speechless. Why is this fellow so stubborn? Yi Xian sighed softly, "Forget it. Since Senior isn't willing to give it to me, then I won't force it. Farewell, Senior." With that, he turned around and left. As he turned around, 3 swords suddenly fell from his body. They were the 3 ordinary swords. Yi Xian hurriedly picked them up. At this moment, the deity said, "They are ordinary swords." Yi Xian stopped and turned around to look at the statue. "Senior, do you recognize these swords?" The deity said in a low voice, "Human, you're not simple." Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head, "Not at all, I'm very ordinary." The deity fell silent for a moment before saying, "Human, why do you have the aura of a demon on you?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he took out the demon wings. "That day, when I had just entered, I was passing by a place I didn't know, and a voice called out to me. He said that my talent was extraordinary and rare, and then he gave this to me. I refused at the beginning, but if I didn't accept it, he wouldn't let me go. So, I had no choice but to accept it." The deity fell silent. Yi Xian said, "Senior, it's fine if you don't give it to me, but can I ask about something?" The deity said, "What is it?" Yi Xian took out the map that Xiao Dao gave him, and it was the evil spirit stone that Xiao Dao wanted him to find. Yi Xian said, "Senior, where should I find it?" The deity said softly, "This is an evil spirit stone. Good and evil coexist, and it has 2 completely different attributes. You can't obtain it." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why?" The deity said, "This is a holy artifact that belongs to both my godly race and the demon race. The war all those years ago was partly because of this." Yi Xian's face instantly sank. This Xiao Dao is a scammer. Asking me to look for this thing? The divinity continued, "Human, the wings in your hands belong to the fiend ancestor. Did you obtain the fiend ancestor's inheritance?" As soon as he finished speaking, a formless pressure appeared in the surroundings. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. "This guy wants to kill me?" Yi Xian smiled, "Senior, why don't you think about why the fiend ancestor gave me this wing?" The divinity was silent. Yi Xian continued, "The current world is no longer the same as the ancient era. Senior, I think the divine spirit tribe needs to change themselves." The god said, "What do you want to say?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Actually, I really don't particularly care about Senior's inheritance or any treasures." The god chuckled. "Is that so?" Yi Xian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword and other swords appeared in his hand, along with the torch dragon armor. "Senior, are your treasures as good as these?" The divinity was silent. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the divinity said, "They're not any worse." Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Tendo pen appeared in his hand. "What about this?" The divinity was completely silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Senior, I really don't want your treasures. I just want to form a good relationship with the divine spirit tribe. But that's fine, I won't force it." With that, he put away his treasures, turned around, and left. At this time, the ninth floor's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind, do you think he will ask you to stay? Yi Xian smiled and said, I think he will. The ninth floor asked, why? Yi Xian said, because he's curious. As soon as he finished speaking, the divinity's voice sounded again, human. However, Yi Xian didn't stop. He continued forward. He walked, and his speed increased. Human. The divinity said again. Yi Xian still didn't stop. He was about to leave that area. At this time, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped Yi Xian's surroundings. Yi Xian stopped and turned around, Senior? The divinity said, Human, how about we make a deal? Yi Xian smiled and said, what deal? The divinity said, help me break a seal, and I'll give you one of my treasures. What do you think? Yi Xian asked, what seal? The divinity said, a very small seal. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't believe this divinity's nonsense. However, he didn't refuse. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, you won't trick me, right? The divinity said, the choice is here. Yi Xian said, let me see Senior's treasure. The divinity was silent for a moment. Soon, an illusory golden square shield appeared in front of Yi Xian. The shield was golden in color, and in the center was a golden palm. Around the edge of the shield were strange runes. Yi Xian said, Senior, this is? The divinity said, the Sumeru shield contains endless Sumeru power. It can block countless mystic arts and secret skills. Even the sword in your hand can't break it. With this shield, you'll realize what it means to be invincible. Sumeru shield. Yi Xian was silent. At this time, the ninth floor suddenly said, Kid, I don't know what to say. This guy has a shield, armor, and an undying body. Right, there's also the barrier of heaven and earth that Xiao Dao gave him. Other than those peerless powerhouses, I don't think anyone can kill him. Yi Xian was speechless. He was really becoming an undying existence. Of course, this was a good thing. Yi Xian put away the Sumeru shield and looked at the divinity. The divinity said, go 1200 li to the right. There is an old well there. There is a seal on it. Break the seal and you'll be able to enter. Yi Xian smiled, Senior, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with this treasure? The divinity said, you're a smart man. Yi Xian smiled, then turned around and left. After leaving the ruins, Yi Xian tossed the Sumeru shield into the pagoda. Senior, help me see if there's anything wrong with this shield. The ninth floor smiled, you don't trust him? Yi Xian nodded, one can't be careless in the outside world. The ninth floor said, there's something wrong with this shield. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. The ninth floor said, there's an extremely powerful will hidden in the depths of the shield. It's very difficult to find. It's probably because the other party was afraid of escaping. Of course, there could be ulterior motives as well. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. The ninth floor said, Kid, this place isn't simple. Be careful. Yi Xian asked, what do you mean? The ninth floor said, Aura, some of the auras here are very powerful. Be careful. Yi Xian nodded and looked around. It was very quiet, not a single sound could be heard. This place was too quiet. Yi Xian increased his speed. Soon, he arrived at the well that the divinity mentioned. The well wasn't big, and around it were black chains. The other ends of these chains were embedded into the ground. Around the well, there were also broken limbs and bones. Yi Xian walked up to the well and looked down. It was dark inside, so dark that he couldn't see the bottom. Yi Xian turned his head and looked around. In the end, his gaze fell on the iron chains. There were mysterious runes on these iron chains, and they were flickering. Yi Xian asked, Senior, can you feel the aura below? The ninth floor said, yes. Aura. It's very powerful. Think carefully. Yi Xian smiled, then pulled out the executing heaven sword and slashed down. Chi. Yi Xian slashed down with his sword again, and the iron chains were split open. Boom! The chains shattered into pieces. At this time, the well trembled, and gradually, a powerful aura seeped out from it. The aura grew stronger and stronger. About a quarter of an hour later, a man slowly floated out of the well. The man's appearance was not much different from a human's, but his eyes were gray. A divinity. Yi Xian looked at the divinity, and the divinity suddenly looked at him. Human, are you not going to kneel? Yi Xian frowned when he had heard that. This was the same voice he heard in the ruins. Obviously, this was the divinity that gave him the Summer shield. The divinity looked down at Yi Xian and smiled. In ancient times, humans were our slaves. Yi Xian smiled. Do you want me to kneel? The divinity looked at Yi Xian. Human, submitting to my divinity race is not something to be wronged about. In those days, countless people wanted to be my slaves, do you know? Yi Xian shook his head. I still think demons are better. Demons. He finally realized. This divinity was too superior. Perhaps in ancient times, humans were far inferior to demons and this divinity, but now, the outside world belonged to humans. But these gods were still so high and mighty and had a sense of superiority. Yi Xian shook his head. Your Excellency, my agreement with you has been fulfilled. Farewell. With that, he turned around and left. Right at this moment, the divinity suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he looked at Yi Xian. Human, to tell you the truth, I've taken a fancy to those treasures you took out earlier. Yi Xian smiled, and then he said, do you know why I dared to take out those treasures in front of you? The divinity looked at Yi Xian. I had something to rely on. Yi Xian smiled. I thought you were smart, but now it seems like you're still living in our era. The divinity suddenly spread open his right hand, and a powerful force blasted towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood there without moving, and the powerful force blasted against Yi Xian's body. Bang! Yi Xian was pushed back a few meters, but he was completely unharmed. The divinity's eyes instantly narrowed when he witnessed this scene. What a skill! As he spoke, he was about to attack again. However, a pair of wings suddenly appeared on Yi Xian's back, and then he vanished on the spot. The divinity's pupils constricted, and he raised his arm to block. Hiss! A sword pierced through his right arm and towards the center of his forehead. The divinity was shocked, but he didn't retreat. He charged forward swiftly instead and smashed his fist against Yi Xian's stomach. Bang! Yi Xian's figure shook violently, but he was completely fine. At practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian stabbed his sword towards the divinity's stomach. However, the divinity reacted extremely quickly, and he'd instantly retreated over 30 m away. After he stopped, he opened his right hand. Come out. The Meru shield within Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and it was about to charge out of the pagoda. However, the pagoda completely suppressed it. The divinity's eyes instantly narrowed when he witnessed this scene. How could this be possible? Yi Xian smiled. Are you surprised? The divinity fell silent. A short moment passed before he gazed at Yi Xian. My young friend, this is actually a misunderstanding. I just wanted to witness your strength, and then pass down my inheritance to you. I'm being sincere. Yi Xian spoke with a serious expression. You can't be so shameless. Chapter 10:21. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the god immediately turned around and fled. Meanwhile, the demon wings suddenly appeared on Yi Xian's back, and then Yi Xian vanished on the spot. A ray of light silently appeared in the distance. The god suddenly turned around and smashed his fist forward, and an expanse of golden light surged out from his fist. Bang! Yi Xian's ray of light was forced to a stop, but a sword stabbed out from within it in the next moment. Hiss! The golden light was instantly torn apart by this stab, and then the sword continued straight towards the god. The god's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. He didn't dare to take Yi Xian's attack head-on, so he immediately flashed backwards, and he instantly flashed 300 m away. The god gazed at Yi Xian and was just about to speak when Yi Xian's execution heaven sword suddenly flew forward. Hiss! A strand of sword light flashed through the battlefield like a thunderclap, and everywhere it passed, space was torn apart inch by inch. The god's expression changed when he saw this attack. Because Yi Xian's attack was too swift. It was swift to the point he couldn't dodge at all. The god swiftly dodged with his right foot, pressed his palms together, and raised them up. Heaven Crusher! Bang! An expanse of golden light suddenly rained down from the clouds in the sky, and it instantly enveloped the god. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword arrived before him. Rumble! An explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth like a thunderclap. The expanse of golden light shook violently, and then some fine cracks appeared on it. However, it didn't shatter. Yi Xian stopped moving and sized up the expanse of golden light. It's very strong. Suddenly, the god spoke fiercely, "Human. You're going too far." Yi Xian gazed at the god, "I'm going too far? Are you joking?" The god stared fixedly at Yi Xian, a mortal sword. He knew why he'd lost to this human. A mortal sword. Yi Xian's sword Dao had attained the mortal realm. Most importantly, Yi Xian's equipment. This set of equipment was too terrifying. The god wanted to say something, but the demon wings on Yi Xian's back suddenly flapped. In the next moment, a tearing sound resounded. The god's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly flashed backwards. At the same time, he pressed his palms together and pushed them forward. Star shatter. Boom! In his hands, an illusory golden longsword pierced through the air. The moment the golden longsword appeared, the entire world suddenly became illusory. At that moment, the deity suddenly pointed a finger, and a drop of golden blood pierced through the air, directly entering the golden longsword. The moment the blood entered the sword, the golden longsword trembled violently, and the surrounding space began to disappear. At this moment, the golden longsword became even more powerful. In the distance, Yi Xian was stunned. Sword? It had been a long time since he had devoured a sword. Yi Xian did not resist. Not only did he not resist, he even put away his torch dragon armor. Hence, the sword easily pierced his body. Bang! Yi Xian's figure shook violently, and then a strand of formidable energy swept out from within him, causing the space around him to seethe. Seeing this, the godly spirit in the distance was stunned. What's going on? Yi Xian took a deep and greedy breath. The feeling of devouring something was truly comfortable. Yi Xian gazed at the god. Any more? The god stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and then he didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. He was extremely swift, and he vanished into the distance in the blink of an eye. He knew that he wasn't a match for this human. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground, and then the demon wings on his back shook violently. In the next moment, a ray of light appeared behind the god. Hiss! The space behind the god was instantly torn apart. The god's expression changed, and he swiftly turned around and pressed his palms together. As soon as he pressed them together, they formed a sword. But in the next moment, his palms were sliced off. Hiss! Blood sprayed. The god was horrified, and he intended to flee. However, Yi Xian's sword was even swifter. Hiss! The god's head was instantly pierced through. The god stared fixedly at Yi Xian, "Damnable human. How dare you disrespect a god? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and then he slashed with his sword. Hiss! The god's head instantly flew into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. The blood was actually light gold in color, and it was different from a human's blood. Yi Xian sized up the god, and then he put his sword away and spoke softly, "Senior, what level of strength have I attained?" The god replied, "I don't know either because I have too many divine treasures. If I don't include the divine treasures, then I'm at the mortal sword realm. Of course, that isn't simple as well. However, if I didn't include those divine treasures, then it would be impossible for me to kill that idiot so easily. But with those divine treasures, that idiot isn't a match for me at all." He paused for a moment and continued, "If I include those divine treasures, then I can say that beside some top-rate experts, it would be very difficult to kill him with my current strength." "What kind of top-rate expert?" Yi Xian asked. "Arrow." The god answered. "Arrow." Yi Xian nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, the man on the 9th floor said, "People like Luo can be killed easily. But there are others, such as the demon we encountered earlier, that he can definitely kill them. Of course, even if he can kill them, he will have to pay a hefty price. To put it simply, without the divine treasures, there are many that can be killed, but with the divine treasures, there are very few that can be killed." Yi Xian nodded, "I understand." With that, he opened his palm, and the Meru shield appeared in his hand. After the god died, the strand of will within the shield disappeared. Yi Xian dripped a drop of blood into the Sumeru shield. Soon, he established a connection with the shield. A moment later, Yi Xian sized up the Meru shield in his hand, and the corner of his lips curled up. This Meru shield was no weaker than his torch dragon armor. Divine treasure. Now that he had the Meru shield, the torch dragon armor, and the undying body, it would be hard for him to die even if he wanted to. Flesh to the limit. Yi Xian put away the Sumeru shield and scanned the surroundings. Finally, his gaze fell on the dried-up well. He hesitated for a moment, then jumped into the dried-up well. About an hour later, he felt that he had landed on the ground. Inside the dried-up well, there was another world. There was a Xiao Dao at the bottom of the well, and Yi Xian walked along this Xiao Dao. About half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived in front of a cave residence. The cave residence's door was tightly shut, and there was a rune seal on the door. Yi Xian carefully looked at the rune seal, and after a moment, he began to draw a talisman. He didn't choose to break it by force, but chose to break the talisman with a talisman. After all, he was a divine talisman master. Just like this, about an hour later, the rune array on the cave residence's door suddenly trembled, and the door slowly moved to both sides. After the door opened, Yi Xian walked in. Just as he walked in, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the depths of the cave. Yi Xian frowned. He looked into the depths, but it was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Senior?" There was no response. Yi Xian said in his heart, "Senior, can you feel it?" There was no response. Yi Xian frowned. Then, he hurriedly immersed his mind into his body, but he discovered that the World Prison Pagoda had closed. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He directly turned and left. And at this moment, the door in front of him suddenly closed. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Something bad was going to happen. Yi Xian was silent. And at this moment, the footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. Yi Xian turned around and took out a moonstone. Very quickly, a ray of light spread out in all directions. And at this moment, not too far away from him stood a woman. The woman was tall and wore tight black leather pants, causing her figure to seem even hotter. Moreover, her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and although it was slightly messy, it didn't affect her peerless beauty. Beautiful. The woman in front of him had the best figure and the most beautiful appearance he had ever seen. Her beauty was like the most outstanding work of the heavens, and no one could find fault with her. And at the corner of her eye, there was a small black mole, causing her to seem slightly evil. Demon. Yi Xian's first thought was that she was definitely not a god, but a demon from ancient times. The woman sized up Yi Xian, then smiled. Human? Yi Xian nodded. Human. Senior is a demon? The woman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked, how should I address you? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Yen. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, one word? The woman said, Demon Yen. Demon Yen. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, then we're on the same side. The woman sized up Yi Xian. On the same side? Yi Xian nodded, and then he said, Senior, actually, I once obtained the inheritance of the fiend progenitor. The woman looked at Yi Xian. The inheritance of the fiend progenitor? Yi Xian nodded, and then he said seriously, I once met the fiend progenitor. After he saw me, he felt that I was extraordinarily talented, a peerless genius that was rarely seen in a million years. So, he insisted on taking me as his disciple. To be honest, I refused at first, but he insisted on taking me as his disciple. I didn't agree, and he wouldn't let me go. So, I had no choice but to agree reluctantly. As he spoke, he looked at the woman. So, strictly speaking, we're on the same side. The woman looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian said again, Senior, do you not believe me? The woman nodded, I don't. Very straightforward. Yi Xian smiled, I knew Senior wouldn't believe me. But, I have proof. With a command in his mind, the demon wings appeared on his back. When the demon wings appeared, Demon Yen glanced at Yi Xian's demon wings, but she didn't say anything. Yi Xian looked at Demon Yen, and then he smiled, do you believe me now, Senior? Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian, are you sure you're a disciple of the fiend progenitor? Yi Xian nodded, I'm sure. I'm the real deal. Demon Yen suddenly opened her palm, and the demon wings on Yi Xian's back suddenly trembled. The next moment, the pair of demon wings suddenly broke free from Yi Xian, and then landed firmly on Demon Yen's hand, and then trembled violently. Yi Xian looked at Demon Yen in shock. Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian, I still don't believe you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I can swear, I really am the fiend progenitor. Demon Yen suddenly said, I am the fiend progenitor. Yi Xian. Demon Yen patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly, swear, I'm listening. If you don't, I'll look down on you. Yi Xian, P.S., tomorrow, I'll be getting married. I've been too busy recently, if there's anything I've neglected, please forgive me. Chapter 1022. The Fiend Progenitor. Needless to say, Yi Xian felt quite embarrassed at this moment. He hadn't expected that this woman would actually be the fiend progenitor of legend. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I just randomly came to a dry well, and I got to know the fiend progenitor of legend? Meanwhile, the fiend progenitor suddenly said, why aren't you swearing? Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly and said, Senior, are you really the fiend progenitor? Demon Yen gazed at Yi Xian, you don't believe me? Yi Xian hurriedly said, I do. Of course I do. But Senior, why are you here? Demon Yen spoke indifferently, I'm sleeping. Sleeping. Yi Xian blinked, and then he said, Senior, you're sleeping here? Demon Yen spoke indifferently, can't I? Yi Xian smiled, yes, of course. He naturally didn't believe it. Sleeping here? Sleep my ass. Demon Yen is obviously trapped here. But, who was it that trapped her here? Meanwhile, Demon Yen suddenly passed the wings of demons to Yi Xian, this is for you. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "This belongs to you, senior. Since I've met you, then I'll return it to its rightful owner." Demon Yen shook her head, "I don't need it anymore." Yi Xian intended to say something, but Demon Yen smiled and said, "Human, let me ask you a small question." Yi Xian nodded, "Senior, please go ahead." Demon Yen smiled, "Do you have a pen on you?" The Tendo pen. Yi Xian's heart shook when he heard this. Demon Yen has definitely noticed the Tendo pen. Demon Yen grinned, "Don't be nervous. I was just curious, so I asked." "So, the Tendo pen really is in your possession?" "I'm quite puzzled. According to my knowledge, the Tendo has fallen into a deep slumber in the annals of history. How could you have her pen? You can't be her successor, right?" Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard that. Although the demon goose had a smile on his face, he could feel a piercing chill coming from it. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Xiao Dao had told him that the demon clan and the god clan had been tricked by Tendo. Could it be that this demonic goose was trapped here by the heavenly Dao? Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled and said, "Senior, how can I be the successor of Tendo? You see, I'm not the chosen one." Demon Yen sized up Yi Xian and nodded. "You're indeed not the chosen one. But you have a Tendo pen." Yi Xian asked, "Senior, do you know Xiao Dao?" "Xiao Dao?" Demon Yen narrowed his eyes. "That woman." Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. So, this Demon Yen knew her. He finally understood. Most people wouldn't know Xiao Dao. Only top powerhouses like him, ancient figures, would know Xiao Dao. Demon Yen asked softly, "Did she give it to you?" Yi Xian nodded. Demon Yen nodded. "I see." Yi Xian asked, "Senior, do you know her?" Demon Yen shook his head. "No, but I've heard of her." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Who is she?" Although he had known Xiao Dao for a long time, he had always been curious about Xiao Dao's true identity. Who was this woman? Many times, he had suspected that this woman was the supreme Tendo. But obviously not. Demon Yen smiled. "Even you don't know?" "How would I know?" Yi Xian fell silent. Demon Yen suddenly said, "I'm a little surprised that she gave you the Tendo pen. It's a godly item. It's very useful." Yi Xian asked, "What useful?" Demon Yen blinked. "For example, unlocking the seal." Yi Xian glanced at Demon Yen and said nothing. Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You'll help me, right?" Yi Xian immediately nodded. "I will. It's my duty." Demon Yen said seriously, "I'm not threatening you, am I? If you don't want to help, you can refuse. Really, we demons are reasonable." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Reasonable? Not threatening? Like hell I'll believe you." Yi Xian hesitated and said, "Senior, how can I help you?" Demon Yen blinked. "Are you really willing to help me?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm willing." Demon Yen said, "This is of your own accord and initiative. I don't owe you any favors." Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, why is this woman like this? Yi Xian wanted to escape. But he wasn't confident. Not at all. This woman's strength was unfathomable. Even if he used the heaven and earth barrier that Xiao Dao gave him, he wasn't confident. At this moment, Demon Yen suddenly said, "Are you trying to escape?" Yi Xian looked at Demon Yen. Demon Yen smiled. "You don't have to escape. If you want to leave, you can leave now. I definitely won't stop you. However, the ground here is very slippery. You have to be careful when you escape. Otherwise, you might fall to your death." "Fall to my death?" Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This woman. Demon Yen gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. There was still a brilliant smile on her face, and it gave others a very comfortable feeling. However, at this moment, Yi Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, I'll get straight to the point. I have two small requests, and they shouldn't be difficult for you. Firstly, I want a few drops of your blood essence that can strengthen my demon's wings. Secondly, I want you to tell me where the vile spirit rock is. Just these two small favors, is that okay?" Demon Yen nodded. "All right." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Senior, how should I help you?" Demon Yen smiled. "Just take out that brush." Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Tendo brush appeared in his hand. He glanced at the Tendo brush and said, "Senior, what should I do now?" Demon Yen said, "Activate this brush and say, solve." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. His profound energy surged into the Tendo brush, and it didn't take long for the Tendo brush to tremble violently. A moment later, Yi Xian pointed the brush lightly in front of him. Solve. Bang! The entire abode suddenly trembled violently. In next to no time, Yi Xian noticed that something seemed to be disappearing swiftly in the surroundings. Yi Xian gazed at Demon Yen. Demon Yen slowly closed her eyes, and the space around them trembled violently. Around 15 minutes later, Demon Yen opened her eyes, and she gazed at Yi Xian. "I did it." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "With Senior's strength, breaking this seal should be a very simple matter." "Why?" Demon Yen smiled. "I can break it, but I can't." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" Demon Yen smiled. "I'm not telling you." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Demon Yen opened her palms, and the demon wings appeared in her hands. She held the demon wings with both hands, and a mysterious power seeped into the demon wings from her palms. Around 15 minutes later, the demon wings suddenly trembled. Then, under Yi Xian's gaze, the demon wings grew larger and larger. Not only that, but another pair of wings grew out of the demon wings. 4 wings. Yi Xian was stunned. He looked at Demon Yen in bewilderment. "This," Demon Yen smiled. "4 wings means that you're a high-level demon." "High-level demon?" Yi Xian asked, "How many wings can I have at most?" Demon Yen smiled. 12 wings. 12. Yi Xian was stunned, and then said, "I only have 4 wings." Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian. "These 4 wings are my demon wings. They are equivalent to the 8 wings of an ordinary demon. You're a high-level demon." Yi Xian hesitated, and then said, "Can you give me another upgrade?" Demon Yen blinked. "Sure. However, you have to give me the Xiao Ta in your body. We'll do it in exchange." Xiao Ta. Yi Xian's expression turned cold. This woman knew about the existence of the prison pagoda. Demon Yen smiled. "You're not willing?" Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, you must be joking." Demon Yen nodded. "Then let's leave." "We?" Yi Xian blinked. "Senior, we? I'm not going the same way as you." Demon Yen said, "Aren't you looking for the evil spirit stone? I'll take you there." Yi Xian was a little hesitant. He didn't really trust this woman. This woman was like a demon. No, she was a demon. Demon Yen smiled. "If you're not willing to go, then I won't go back on my words." Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman was really cunning. Demon Yen suddenly said, "Do you want to go?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then nodded. "Yes." Demon Yen smiled, and then said, "Let's go." Having said that, she grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder with her right hand. The next moment, the two of them appeared on the ground. On the ground, Demon Yen looked around, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "I'm back." Yi Xian hesitated, and then said, "Senior, what do you plan to do next?" Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian. "Take a guess?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm not guessing." Having said that, he hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Senior, do you know about protectors?" Demon Yen smiled. "They're the Tendo's followers?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Demon Yen shook her head. "They're just some pitiful people." Yi Xian frowned. "Pitiful people?" Demon Yen smiled. "Our Supreme Tendo isn't just your average level of power. If you meet her in the future, you have to be careful. Otherwise, you'll be tricked by her until there's nothing left of you." "Trap?" Yi Xian said, "Is it a trap?" Demon Yen glanced at Yi Xian. "Didn't you see what happened to us?" Yi Xian said, "Will you take revenge?" Demon Yen shook her head. "No, because we were the ones who did it. We were the ones who schemed against her first, but we didn't expect that we would be schemed against instead. We brought this upon ourselves." Yi Xian said, "Senior, did you just say that the Tendo is in a deep sleep?" Demon Yen smiled. "Who knows? Maybe she's lying." Yi Xian fell silent. Tendo. He had to remember that. After a while, Demon Yen brought Yi Xian to an extremely magnificent city. In front of the city stood an extremely tall statue of a man. The man held a dagger in his left hand and a golden square shield in his right. His eyes were dark gray. Demon Yen looked at the statue and smiled. "God Emperor, I've come out. Someone wants your vile spirit stone. He said that if you don't give it to him, he'll make the divine spirit tribe disappear from this world." Yi Xian was speechless. "That's a trap?" Chapter 1023. Yi Xian's expression turned ugly. This woman was digging a pit for him to die. Yi Xian looked at Demon Yen. Demon Yen smiled. "It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously." Yi Xian said, "What if they take it seriously?" Demon Yen blinked. "Then beat them to death. What are you afraid of?" Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the statue in the distance suddenly cracked open. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian and Demon Yen. "God Emperor." The one in front of them was the God clan's God Emperor. God Emperor looked at Demon Yen. "Looks like you've recovered well." Demon Yen smiled. "Why? Are you disappointed?" God Emperor shook his head. "Demon Yen, you and I both know why your Demon Clan and my God Clan ended up like this." Demon Yen smiled. "And then?" God Emperor said softly, "This era is no longer the era we used to be. Whether it's your Demon Clan or my God Clan, what we need now is survival, right?" Demon Yen nodded. "What you said makes sense. However, some things can't be let go just like this." God Emperor smiled. "If you insist on fighting, my God Clan will accompany you. However, Demon Yen, you should know that the fifth dimension tribulation is coming soon." Fifth dimension tribulation. Demon Yen looked at God Emperor without saying anything. God Emperor smiled. "There should be quite a few survivors from your Demon Clan. If we fight now, I can guarantee that my God Clan will disappear from this world. However, your Demon Clan will too." Demon Yen said, "You mean you don't want to fight?" God Emperor said, "I don't want to fight. Of course, that's up to you." Demon Yen smiled and said, "God Emperor, you've actually overlooked something." God Emperor looked at Demon Yen. "What?" Demon Yen smiled. She won't let the demon race and your divine race live in harmony. God Emperor shook his head. Back then, it was our fault for scheming against her first. And now, our two races are already in such a state. Will she still not let go? Demon Yen smiled. If we're still fighting, she won't care. But if we join forces, believe it or not, she'll toy with us to death. The God Emperor was silent. Demon Goose said with a smile, this heavenly Tao of ours, when it comes to playing with people, it is not an ordinary kind of formidable. God Emperor asked, you have a good plan? Demon Yen turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly said, don't. I can't beat that Tendo. Really, don't even think about it. Fight the Supreme Tendo? He wasn't crazy. That woman had toyed with the Demon Clan and the God Clan to this extent. Wouldn't it be suicide to go against her? God Emperor also looked at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, God Emperor frowned. Him? Demon Yen nodded. Do you feel it? God Emperor nodded. I feel it. Demon Yen smiled. What do you think? God Emperor was silent. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Seniors, your business with the Tendo has nothing to do with me. Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian pitifully. Do you know that if that Tendo targets us again, we'll be played to death by her? Can you bear to see us being played to death? Yi Xian said in a low voice, Seniors, you're all afraid of being played to death by her. Am I not? Demon Yen blinked. You won't. Yi Xian frowned. Does the Tendo like handsome men? Demon Yen laughed. You little brat, you're really interesting. You actually dare to use the Tendo? Are you kidding me? You've got guts. Yi Xian said seriously, Seniors, I don't want to get involved in your business. Demon Yen blinked. We didn't ask you to get involved. Yi Xian was about to speak when Demon Yen suddenly said, Don't you want the vile spirit stone? With that, she turned to look at God Emperor. Give it to me. God Emperor hesitated for a moment. Then, he pointed his finger. A stone suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the vile spirit stone. Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Take it. Yi Xian was silent. Take it? How? This thing is too hot. This woman must be plotting against me. Demon Yen smiled. Don't tell me you don't dare to take it. Yi Xian said seriously, Senior, we have no enmity between us. Please don't plot against me. Demon Yen kept the vile spirit stone. Since you don't want it, then give it to me. God Emperor, Demon Yen sized up Yi Xian. Your physique is not bad. As far as I know, the God Spirit tribe has a special cultivation method called the Diamond Spirit Body. Not only the God Spirit tribe, but my demon tribe also has a cultivation method called the Vile Spirit Dead Body. It can be said that these two secret cultivation methods are the best in ancient times. How about it, are you interested? By the way, I can tell you that no one has ever cultivated both the Vile Spirit Dead Body and the Diamond Spirit Body at the same time. However, as long as you want it, you can realize it immediately. We will help you. With that, she looked at God Emperor. Right? God Emperor nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said solemnly, Senior Demon Yen, what are you trying to do? Can't you tell me the truth? Demon Yen said with a straight face, I see that you are gifted, a rare talent that only appears once in a million years. Therefore, I want to pass on the demon tribe's inheritance to you and form a good relationship with you. At the side, God Emperor suddenly said, I think so too. Yi Xian's face darkened. Seniors, do you believe this? Demon Yen smiled. I believe it very much. Yi Xian shook his head. Seniors, you've seen my strength. Look at me, I'm just like this. I'm very curious. What makes you think that I can help you fight against that Tendo? Demon Yen smiled and did not speak. Yi Xian shook his head. I want the benefits that Senior Demon Yen mentioned. However, I'm not stupid. Some benefits can be taken, and some must not be taken. Therefore, seniors, I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and left. One can be ambitious, but not too greedy. Demon Yen suddenly said, Human, you have an unknown karmic line on you. Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at Demon Yen. Unknown karmic line? Demon Yen nodded. Logically speaking, all karmic lines in the world are within this Tendo. However, your karmic line is independent and has nothing to do with the Tendo. Our idea is very simple. We'll use your karmic line to fight against the Tendo. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, I don't think that's realistic. Demon Yen smiled. You're just one of our many ideas. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Demon Yen smiled. We're interested in your unknown karmic line. However, we're not naive enough to think that you can fight against the Tendo. That woman is too cunning. She's too calculative. Your petty tricks are a joke in front of her. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, I'm not that bad, am I? Demon Yen shook his head. You've never come into contact with her. Others are calculative, but she's calculative. Back then, my demon clan and the divine clan were almost wiped out by her. Yi Xian was silent. He'd heard Xiao Dao talk about the Tendo. Xiao Dao had said that the Tendo was very smart and calculative. If even Xiao Dao had said that, then the Tendo must be very terrifying. At this moment, Demon Yen suddenly smiled. You're a special person. You have so many karmic lines on you. Logically speaking, with your strength, it's impossible for you to have lived for so long. However, you're still alive and well. There's only one explanation for this. You have a backer. Moreover, this backer must be very powerful. Is it that Miss Xiao Dao? Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. You only see that I have a backer, but you don't see the hard work I've put in. I've suffered a lot to get to where I am today. Demon Yen smiled. No, I think you've been able to get to where you are today not only because you have a powerful backer, nor because you've worked hard, but because you're too shameless. Your skin is truly invincible in the world. Even the supreme heavenly Tao would be subdued by your skin if it were in front of you. Yi Xian was speechless. Demon Yen continued, Human, we won't ask you to fight against the Tendo with us, nor do we want to cheat you. Anyway, the benefits are here. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, we won't force you. I have to remind you that if you cultivate the supreme secret technique of our two clans, your body will reach the legendary immortal level. Immortal. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that the 9th floor was the immortal level. Demon Yen smiled. How about it? Do you want it or not? Yi Xian smiled. Then, he put away the evil spirit stone. Then let me form a good relationship with you too. However, I'll say this first. I won't fight against the Tendo, because I can't win. Demon Yen nodded. Don't worry, we won't let you fight against the Tendo. As she spoke, she pointed a finger. A black light entered Yi Xian's forehead. Boom! In an instant, countless information entered Yi Xian's mind. The evil spirit dead body cultivation technique. After a while, Yi Xian's expression gradually became solemn. His body was very strong. Because he was already a sword, he was immune to all swords. However, he was not immune to anything else. Moreover, he didn't have any cultivation technique for his body. His powerful body was built up through various opportunities. As for the immortal body, it was definitely powerful. It was even stronger than the immortal body. However, it had a time limit. Now, this evil spirit dead body could make up for this shortcoming of his. Of course, he also needed the diamond body. Yi Xian looked at God Emperor. God Emperor pondered for a while. Then, he pointed a finger. A golden light entered Yi Xian's forehead. Soon, the cultivation technique for the diamond body entered Yi Xian's mind. Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian with a smile. God Emperor suddenly sent a voice transmission to Demon Yen. You want to use him to fight against the Tendo? Demon Yen smiled. I want to discuss the Tendo. I want to see if she will kill this human who has the inheritance of a demon and a god. God Emperor said, he can't fight against the Tendo. Demon Yen slowly closed her eyes. He can't fight against the Tendo. However, the person behind him can. God Emperor frowned. The person behind him? Is it that Xiao Dao? Demon Yen shook her head. No, it's a man. P.S. It's a wedding today. You don't have to be there in person. You can get a monthly ticket. If you don't have a monthly ticket, you can also send a congratulatory message. Also, the outbreak might have to be delayed. Let me say this in advance. The outbreak won't be cancelled. It just has to be delayed. Because I've been really busy lately. One more thing. Those who have designs on me, whether they are men or women, can give up. I won't do anything for now. Don't have designs on me. Chapter 1024. Diamond Body. Evil Spirit Dead Body. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian had completely comprehended these two secret techniques. Now, he needed to cultivate them, but he didn't have the conditions to do so. Yi Xian looked at Demon Yen and God Emperor. Demon Yen smiled and said, cultivate diamond body first. Yi Xian nodded, sure. Demon Yen smiled and turned to look at God Emperor. God Emperor suddenly said, follow me. Yi Xian followed God Emperor to a wasteland. On this wasteland, God Emperor opened his palm, and a seal appeared in his hand. He slowly compared it with his eyes and chanted a few words. Soon, the seal in his hand suddenly trembled violently. Then, the sky suddenly trembled, and soon, a powerful pressure spread between heaven and earth. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned solemn. At this moment, God Emperor pointed to the sky. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded in the sky, and a bolt of lightning quietly condensed. Yi Xian looked at God Emperor, Senior, are you going to use this lightning to temper your body? God Emperor nodded, this isn't any ordinary lightning. It's called heavenly lightning, and it was raised by my god spirit tribe. In the past, this lightning represented a kind of tribulation, a tribulation to punish the human world. It's extremely powerful. When you use this lightning to temper your body, don't use any external objects to block it. Use your body. Yi Xian said, can I withstand it? God Emperor looked at Yi Xian, it's up to you. If you can withstand it, you'll be reborn from the ashes. If you can't, your soul will be destroyed. Yi Xian was silent. God Emperor said, it's not too late to regret it. Yi Xian smiled, what's there to regret? Come on. The God Emperor nodded and retreated to the side. In the next moment, the lightning bolt came crashing down. Below, Yi Xian's eyes were slightly closed. His body was trembling, because the divine lightning's might was too great. At this moment, he started to doubt his own body. Would he be able to handle it? At this moment, he was a little panicked. However, he had no way to retreat. If he didn't work hard, would Dao Yi have to rely on others for the rest of his life? Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and roared, come. Boom! The bolt of divine lightning descended directly onto Yi Xian's head. In an instant, Yi Xian's entire body split apart as blood sprayed out. Meanwhile, another bolt of divine lightning descended, and as it descended, Yi Xian's body actually exploded apart. But at this time, God Emperor suddenly pointed out with his finger, and a green light enveloped Yi Xian, instantly restoring Yi Xian's body. At that moment, another bolt of lightning struck down. Boom! Once again, Yi Xian's body exploded. Not far away, Demon Yen laughed and said, "You won't kill him, will you?" The God Emperor said softly, "How can a piece of scrap metal become a sharp sword without going through thousands of tempering? This is just the beginning." Just like that, Yi Xian's body was bombarded by the divine lightning again and again. During this process, the God Emperor would restore his body each time. Even so, it was still too painful. Too painful. At this moment, Yi Xian realized how fragile his original body was without the torch dragon armor and his immortal body. The sword body was only immune to swords, but it was really weak in other aspects. The divine lightning tempered his body. It had to be said that the divine lightning's destructive power on the body was too strong. Not to mention his body, even if he used the torch dragon armor, he might not be able to withstand it completely. The power of the divine lightning was too strong. Just like that, Yi Xian's body was bombarded again and again, and then restored. In the distance, the God Emperor suddenly said, "Demon Yen, do you think that Tendo is really asleep?" The Demon Yen said with a smile, "Do you believe it?" The God Emperor was silent. The Demon Yen looked up and said softly, "Do you think this fifth dimension tribulation was caused by her?" The God Emperor shook his head. "I don't know." The Demon Yen said in a deep voice, "I've asked around about the situation outside. Right now, experts from various eras have gathered outside. This is not a good sign." The God Emperor frowned slightly. "Is it caused by her?" The Demon Yen shook his head. "I don't know." The God Emperor was silent. After a moment, the Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian, who was still being tempered by the divine lightning in the distance, and said with a smile, "This little guy is not simple. The three swords in his body are all at the peak of the common sword. The strength of the owner of these three swords is probably unfathomable. And this person's bloodline is extremely strange. I'm afraid it's only second to the legendary common bloodline. In addition, he also knows that woman from the pawn shop. Xiao Dao." The God Emperor said, "Xiao Dao. Is she still alive?" The smile on the Demon Yan's face gradually disappeared at the mention of Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao. No one knew how long this woman had lived. After a moment, the Demon Yen said with a smile, "Actually, there are many times when I suspect that the woman is Tendo. But obviously, she is not." The God Emperor said softly, "What do you plan to do next?" The Demon Yen said, "Live well. Live well." The God Emperor was silent. In this era, even top-notch super experts like them didn't have a sense of security. First, that fifth dimension tribulation. Second, Tendo. Moreover, there were super experts from different eras out there. In such an era, even Tendo wouldn't be able to live in peace. The God Emperor turned to look at Yi Xian. "Can you tell me your real intention?" The Demon Yen said softly, "My intention is very simple. I want to form a good relationship. Maybe there will be a good result in the future. Of course, he is very weak now." The God Emperor said in a deep voice, "This person is indeed not simple. But in terms of strength, he really doesn't count for much in the long river of history. I feel that Tendo won't even pay attention to him." The Demon Yen said with a smile, "You are very wrong. Actually, to be honest, if it weren't for Tendo's interference, your God spirit race definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat my demon race. Huh. The God Emperor was silent. The demon Yen pointed at Yi Xian. Tendo has been paying attention to him for a long time. Not only does he pay attention to him, but he also attaches great importance to him. The God Emperor frowned slightly. As if he had thought of something, he said in a deep voice, "Tendo's pen." The demon Yen nodded. He isn't heaven's chosen one, but he can use this pen. Do you still not understand? Hearing this, the God Emperor completely understood. The Tendo pen was the pen of the Supreme Tendo. If Xiao Dao could use it, he could understand. After all, that woman was no less mysterious than Tendo. However, Yi Xian could also use it. This was very abnormal. The God Emperor looked at Yi Xian. Why would Tendo take a fancy to him? The demon Yen said with a smile, maybe it's because of that man, or maybe it's because of something else. In any case, no matter what, it's definitely right for us to invest with her. The God Emperor said softly, indeed. Just like that, about half a month later, Yi Xian's physical body could already withstand the bombardment of the heavenly thunder. At this moment, his physical body was already deteriorating. At this moment, the God Emperor appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian said excitedly, "Did you succeed?" The God Emperor shook his head. Now that your physical body has reached the standard, you can truly cultivate this diamond body. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I haven't mastered it yet. The God Emperor said, it's not that easy to master it. Come with me. With that, he brought Yi Xian to an abandoned hall. Inside the hall, the God Emperor opened his palm. A golden fruit appeared in his hand. Yi Xian asked, Senior, this is? The God Emperor said, God Spirit Fruit, a divine item of my God tribe. The energy of this item is extremely pure. It can greatly strengthen your physical body. In a moment, follow my fingerprints to circulate the diamond body. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The God Emperor handed the God Spirit Fruit to Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to take it, the God Emperor retracted his hand and said, This fruit is very precious, very precious. Yi Xian blinked and then said seriously, I, Yi Xian, will forever remember the grace of the God tribe. The God Emperor nodded slightly. He handed the God Spirit Fruit to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and ate it. As soon as the God Spirit Fruit entered his body, an extremely pure energy burst out of his body. Yi Xian was stunned. Because the energy was too terrifying. It surged through his body like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, the God Emperor suddenly said, Circulate the cultivation technique and pour all the energy into your meridians. Yi Xian hurriedly circulated the diamond body, and it didn't take long for the energy to be drawn into his meridians. Gradually, his body started to glow a faint golden color. After around 2 hours, a powerful energy suddenly erupted from within Yi Xian. Bang! Yi Xian's body suddenly turned pure gold. Diamond body. At this moment, Yi Xian's body had reached a new peak. Yi Xian opened his eyes and clenched his right fist. A powerful energy gathered in his fist, and it was so strong that even he was astounded. So strong? Meanwhile, the God Emperor suddenly said, This is the strength of diamond. Not only is your body impervious to all techniques, but it also has the strength of diamond. It can be said that your body is only half a step away from the undying realm. Once you enter the undying realm, ordinary godly items won't have any effect on your body. Yi Xian nodded. He was a little excited. Not to mention achieving the immortal level, even now, if he had the candle dragon armor, the only people in the world who could kill him were powerhouses at the level of a Luo. At this moment, Demon Yen suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Demon Yen sized up Yi Xian and smiled. Amazing. Do you want me to try? Yi Xian blinked. How? The corner of Demon Yan's mouth curled up. How do you want to try? Yi Xian said seriously, Senior, I'm not a casual person. The Demon Yan walked in front of Yi Xian and gently hooked Yi Xian's chin with her jade-like finger. She smiled. I'm not a casual person either. However, when I'm casual, I'm not a human. Yi Xian was about to speak when the Demon Yan suddenly pointed a finger at Yi Xian's chest. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's body cracked and blood splattered everywhere. The diamond body that he had just cultivated was instantly broken. And seriously injured. Blood flowed from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. The Demon Yan sized up Yi Xian and shook her head. It's not that sturdy, but it's okay. It can withstand 20% of my strength. Just barely. Let's go. Follow me to cultivate the evil spirit dead body. Then she grabbed Yi Xian, who was heavily injured, and walked out of the room. The God Emperor suddenly said, Do you want to heal your injuries first? The Demon Yan didn't even turn her head. Heal? We'll cripple him later anyway. Yi Xian. Chapter 1025. Not long after, Demon Yan brought Yi Xian to the top of a mountain. Yi Xian looked at Demon Yan with a solemn expression. This woman's strength was definitely not inferior to arrows. The demon ancestor. His intuition told him that even if he activated the immortal body, he would not be able to block Demon Yan's attack. As if reading Yi Xian's mind, Demon Yan smiled and said, Don't be shocked. I've lived for at least 1,000,000 years. If I can't even defeat a young brat like you, wouldn't I be living like a pig? 1,000,000 years. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, you've lived for so long. Don't you feel bored? Demon Yan smiled and said, First of all, most of our lives are spent in slumber. Therefore, we don't have much of a concept of time. Second, the current you has countless treasures, but you also hope to obtain better treasures, don't you? Yi Xian nodded. That's true. Man's ambition and desire are endless. Demon Yan nodded slightly. We've lived for 1,000,000 years, but to us, we still want to live for a few more million years. Even, immortality. Immortality. Yi Xian said softly, This should be your ultimate goal, right? Demon Yan shook her head. How can immortality be enough? Only with great strength can one live a free and unfettered life. Yi Xian smiled and said, That's true. Demon Yan looked at Yi Xian. Do you know what an evil spirit dead form is? Yi Xian shook his head. Demon Yan smiled and said, The so-called evil spirit dead form is to use evil spirits to strengthen your body. If it was before, you wouldn't be able to resist the power of evil spirits. But now, your body has achieved the diamond body, so you can resist the power of evil spirits. Yi Xian said, Senior, let's begin. Demon Yan smiled and suddenly waved her right hand. Boom! The space in front of Demon Yan exploded. Demon Yan slowly closed his eyes and muttered something. Just like that, a few moments later, shrill screams suddenly rang out from the pitch-black space. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. What kind of power is this? At this moment, a hideous ghostly face suddenly popped out. In the next moment, this ghostly face charged directly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to dodge. However, a mysterious force suddenly pressed down on him, causing him to be unable to move at all. Demon Yan smiled. Enjoy it. As soon as she finished speaking, the ghostly face disappeared into Yi Xian's body. Boom! Yi Xian's eyes instantly widened. A powerful force swept out from his body like a tidal wave. At this moment, a few more evil spirits pounced out from the pitch-black space crack. At the side, Demon Yen smiled and looked at Yi Xian. No one knew what she was thinking. Just like that, about 3 days later, Yi Xian had devoured an unknown amount of evil spirits, and his body was gradually transforming. At this moment, Demon Yan's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The most crucial step of the evil spirit dead form is to turn your body into a dead body. Your body contains endless death energy. It's perfect. Come, activate the death energy and use it. Yi Xian nodded and activated the death scripture. Just like that, the death energy in his body suddenly exploded. Boom! Yi Xian's body trembled violently. A powerful death energy enveloped his body like a vortex. Demon Yen sized up the death energy around Yi Xian's body and said softly, "Such a dense death energy." Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, the death energy around Yi Xian's body gradually disappeared. At this moment, Demon Yen sealed the black hole. 2 hours later, Yi Xian opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and opened his palm. A thin layer of black light covered his palm. Demon Yen smiled. "Congratulations, your body is now immortal. Nothing can invade it." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Senior, what does this immortal body mean?" Demon Yan's lips curled up. "It means that you can take a beating." Yi Xian, at this moment, Demon Yen smiled. "An immortal body means that even if you die, your body can also be immortal. Moreover, your body can't be damaged by ordinary supernatural powers or secret techniques. Most importantly, even I would need to use 30% of my strength to kill you now." 30% of his strength. Yi Xian's face darkened. "Senior, are you trying to hurt me?" Demon Yen smiled. "It's not embarrassing to be hurt by me." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Senior, what's above the immortal body?" Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian. "Above the immortal body is the immortal golden body. The so-called immortal golden body is truly immortal. Even Tendo can't destroy it. However, as far as I know, only 2 or 3 people have reached this level. Moreover, 2 of them aren't human. They are the ancestor of the demon clan and the boss of the ancient monster clan." With that, she smiled. "Actually, you might become the 4th. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Senior, if I achieve the immortal golden body, can I withstand your strength?" Demon Yen blinked. "Yes. However, you can only take a beating. You can't fight back." Yi Xian frowned. "Why?" Demon Yen smiled. "Because your combat awareness and sword Dao haven't reached my level yet. Therefore, even if your body achieves the immortal golden body, you can only take a beating from us. Do you understand?" Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Demon Yen opened her palm. "Let me have a look at your Tendo pen." Yi Xian nodded. With a point of his finger, the brush of the heavenly way appeared in front of the demon goose. The demon goose sized up the brush of the heavenly way and said softly, "Back then, when this brush was in the hands of the heavenly way, it was truly capable of destroying the world." With that, she placed the Tendo pen in front of Yi Xian. "I won't bully you. We are helping you because we have other plans. Of course, we won't ask you to help us fight the Tendo. Anyway, you don't have to do anything for us." Yi Xian shook his head. "I will remember Senior and Senior God Emperor's kindness. In the future, if the 2 of you need anything, I, Yi Xian, will do my best to help you." Demon Yen smiled. "What a good do your best. What a crafty guy." Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. "Senior, I can only do things within my ability. If it's beyond my ability, I can't do anything." Demon Yen nodded. "I understand." With that, she turned to look at the sky and said softly, "Now that you have the inheritance of both a demon and a god, you can come back to play when you have time." If you encounter any threats, I don't mind helping you if it's within my ability. Yi Xian's expression froze. The demon goose blinked and smiled mischievously. All right. You can leave now. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then nodded. He was about to leave when he seemed to have thought of something. He stopped and asked, "Senior, I want to ask you something." Demon Yen said, "Tell me." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "The protectors want to mess with me. Do you know where their base is?" Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian. "I advise you to give up on this idea. That force is not inferior to us and the god race, and may even be above us." Speaking of this, she suddenly frowned. "Why are they targeting you? It doesn't make sense. With your strength, it's impossible for you to stop the fifth dimension tribulation. You. No." With that, she suddenly pressed down on Yi Xian's shoulder and stared at Yi Xian. "Something's very wrong." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Senior?" Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian. After a moment, she let go of Yi Xian's shoulder and said softly, "I understand." Yi Xian was about to ask when Demon Yen suddenly smiled. "Kid, you're in trouble." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, can you help me solve this problem?" Demon Yen shook her head. "I can't. Of course, I'm not afraid of them. It's just that I don't need to become mortal enemies with them." Yi Xian was silent. Demon Yen patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. "Live well. Believe in yourself. You can do it." Yi Xian, at this time, Demon Yen walked to the side. She looked down and smiled. "The outside world is really chaotic now. It seems that I can't go out for the time being." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, I want to ask you something. What was the era before the ancient era?" Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian. "There are two people who know. You can ask them. The first is the Supreme Tendo, and the second is Xiao Dao. Go ask them." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Then, Senior, I'll take my leave." After saying this, he turned around and disappeared into the vast horizon on his sword. As soon as Yi Xian left, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky in front of Demon Yen. The shadow looked down at Demon Yen. "Demon Ancestor." Demon Yen smiled. "You're the Dao Protector." The shadow nodded. "Your Excellency, the Dao Master has told us that we bear no ill will towards the demon clan. We also hope that your Excellency will not interfere in the matter between us and that young man." Demon Yen smiled. "I'm curious. Do you really think that he can stop the fifth dimension tribulation?" The shadow fell silent. Demon Yen smiled. "Don't worry. We've only formed a good relationship with him. That's all." The shadow bowed slightly. "We've worried too much." After saying this, he gradually became illusory. At this time, Demon Yen suddenly said, "I thought that your Dao Master was already dead." The shadow said, "The Dao Master has always been here." Demon Yen smiled. "That young man isn't simple. Don't fail miserably at such an easy task." The shadow said, "We know that he isn't simple. But, so what?" Demon Yen gave the shadow a thumbs up. "Since you're confident, I wish you success." The shadow did not say anything else and gradually disappeared. After the shadow disappeared, Demon Yen turned to look to the right. Her gaze pierced through the starry sky and finally arrived at the dimension of nothingness. At this time, deep in the graveyard, an old man who was cleaning suddenly stopped. He turned to look and met Demon Yen's gaze. Demon Yen smiled. "How should I address you?" The old man said, "Demon Ancestor." "You've also come out." Demon Yen asked again, "Can I stay here and watch?" The old man shook his head. "No. Demon Yen narrowed her eyes. What if I insist on coming? The old man said, why don't you give it a try? P.S. I woke up late. Sorry. Thank you for your blessings and rewards yesterday. Thank you for everyone's support. Chapter 1026. I'll give it a try. As soon as Old Tomb Keeper finished his sentence, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Demon Yen looked at Old Tomb Keeper for a moment and smiled. I'll give it a try. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. About an hour later, Demon Yen reappeared at her original position. At this moment, there was a rare trace of seriousness on her face. Yi Xian left the ancient battlefield directly. To him, there was nothing worth exploring in this place. Because he had obtained the highest inheritance of the Devil Clan and the Divine Clan. After leaving the ancient battlefield, just as Yi Xian was about to return to the boundless dungeon, a man in white appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the man in white who was the Tao Protector. The man in white looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I'm here to bid farewell to you. Yi Xian frowned. You changed your Tao Protector to deal with me? The man in white nodded. Yes. Now the higher-ups have personally sent a Tao emissary to deal with you. Let me remind you, we only have 3 Tao emissaries. Their strength is second only to the Tao Lord and the Tao Lord. This Tao emissary will do anything to achieve his goal. You might be in big trouble. Yi Xian was silent. The man in white continued, I've had the most contact with you. You make me feel afraid. However, the more you do so, the more dangerous you are. Of course, this place is no longer under my control. You're on your own. Having said that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. Tao emissary. Yi Xian was silent for a long time before he turned and left. Yi Xian returned to the boundless dungeon. He went to the pawn shop, but Xiao Dao was not there. Yi Xian waited for a while before leaving. He returned to Fu Wenzong. Yi Xian stood on the mountain peak and looked down at Fu Wenzong with a trace of worry in his eyes. At this moment, Shen Xinghe walked up to him. Shen Xinghe asked, What's wrong? We might be in big trouble. Yi Xian whispered. Shen Xinghe fell silent. Yi Xian asked, How are Xiaofan, Xiao Qi, and Wan Li? Hearing this, Shen Xinghe immediately smiled and said, They have already broken through. Yi Xian asked, Karma? Shen Xinghe nodded. All of them have reached the Karma realm. Yi Xian smiled and said, As expected. Shen Xinghe glanced at Yi Xian with a complicated look in his eyes. The Yi Xian in front of him, he could no longer see through him. After a while, Shen Xinghe said, It's very chaotic out there, isn't it? Yi Xian nodded. Very messy. Experts from the Cretaceous era, the Cambrian era, and the Ancient era have all gathered in this era. This is more than just ordinary chaos. Shen Xinghe said in a low voice, Are you worried that someone will attack us? Yi Xian nodded slightly. A force called the Guardians. They are targeting me. I'm afraid that they will attack you. Shen Xinghe was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly said, Tell Xiaofan and the others to be careful. After saying this, she turned around and disappeared. On the mountain peak, Shen Xinghe's eyes were full of worry. Yi Xian arrived at the Worldwide Academy. In the courtyard, Yi Xian, Zhang Wenxiu, and the female teacher sat around the table. Zhang Wenxiu looked at Yi Xian. What are your plans? Yi Xian said in a low voice, I want to send this study away. Send it away. He had to admit that he felt more and more uneasy with this study on him because he felt many eyes staring at him. Zhang Wenxiu said, Send it to the woman in the plain dress. To the girl in the plain dress? Yi Xian nodded. She is the only one who can resist those people. Zhang Wenxiu said in a low voice, "You're going to send it yourself?" Yi Xian smiled. "I have to go myself." He would not feel at ease if outsiders went, and she would be even more worried if Zhang Wenxiu and the others went. Therefore, he had to go himself. Zhang Wenxiu glanced at Yi Xian. "They won't let you bring that treasure to the fourth dimension." Yi Xian shook his head. "If I want to go, they can't stop me. I'm afraid that they will target you." Zhang Wenxiu was silent. The female teacher suddenly said, "If you send that thing to the fourth dimension, will the problem be solved?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. After a while, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Look at how stupid I am. I understand now." As he said this, he stood up. He stood up. "Take care of yourselves. We might have a lot of trouble from now on." After that, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. In the courtyard, the female teacher said, "What do you think he's going to do?" Zhang Wenxiu did not speak, but there was a trace of worry in her eyes. She knew Yi Xian's character. This guy was definitely going to do something bad. Yi Xian returned to the boundless dungeon again. In the pawn shop, Xiao Dao had already returned. Yi Xian walked to Xiao Dao. He took out the evil spirit stone and placed it on the counter. Xiao Dao kept the evil spirit stone. At this time, Yi Xian said, "I want to find out something." Xiao Dao smiled. "Speak." Yi Xian said, "As far as I know, a Dao envoy from the Dao protectors came to find me." Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "What are you going to do?" Yi Xian smiled. "I don't want to be beaten up." Xiao Dao shook her head. "Your current strength is not enough to fight against them." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Xiao Dao, you're wrong. It's not me who wants to fight against them. It's them who want to find me." Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "So, you have to take advantage of the time when they haven't made a move against you. Do you understand?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't want to be so passive." Then, he took out 30 strands of purple gas and placed them on the counter. "Miss Xiao Dao, we're not friends now. You can treat me as a customer. What do you think?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian for a while and said, "The Dao Protector's Dao Envoy is not as strong as Arrow. However, with his strength, he should be able to fight Arrow for 100 moves. If Arrow is serious, then 70 moves. If Arrow goes all out, then 1 move at most." Yi Xian went silent. The difference between going all out and not going all out is so big. Xiao Dao continued. "It's not just one Dao envoy. It seems that they are determined to get your study room." Yi Xian opened his palm. The world-dimensional study room appeared in his hand. He looked at Xiao Dao. "Miss Xiao Dao, can I pawn this thing?" Xiao Dao's mouth twitched. "This guy is trying to trick me." Yi Xian was about to ask. Xiao Dao smiled. "As long as you dare to pawn it, I dare to accept it. However, I have to remind you that you won't regret it. I can tell you responsibly that if you pawn it, you will regret it in the future." Yi Xian asked. "Why?" Xiao Dao shook her head. "I can't tell you. This study room is not that simple. The Prophet is more powerful than you think. This study room is in your hands. I can only say that this is God's will." Yi Xian said. "Is the Prophet scheming against me?" Xiao Dao was silent. Yi Xian was about to take the purple gas. At this time, Xiao Dao smiled. "Forget it. I have known you for so long. Other than being thick-skinned, there is nothing I dislike about you. I will give it to you for free. Let me know a bit. First, the Prophet has schemed against many people. But among these people, you are not included. Second, what he did is not a bad thing. He has no selfish motives. It can be said that he is truly selfless. He is a person that I admire in some aspects. Third. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. Third, the prophet has disappeared forever. He can't appear again. Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? Xiao Dao smiled. It means that in order to do something, he chose to sacrifice himself. And this sacrifice caused him to disappear forever. Even if he appears again, he will appear in another way. Strictly speaking, the former prophet is dead. This is what I admire about him. For his own ideals, he is willing to shed his blood. Even if he dies, he will not hesitate. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Is he really dead?" Xiao Dao smiled. I can't say that he is dead. I can only say that he is indeed gone. Yi Xian said, "What is his purpose?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. To completely destroy the fifth dimension tribulation so that it will never appear in this universe again. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior Xiao Dao, what kind of tribulation is the fifth dimension tribulation? Is this man-made or God's will? Or is it the doing of other people and forces?" Xiao Dao was silent. Yi Xian said, "You can't say?" Xiao Dao smiled. "There is nothing I can't say. This fifth dimension tribulation is a knot in people's hearts." Yi Xian, do you believe in karma? Yi Xian nodded. I do. Xiao Dao leaned back in her chair. Her eyes were rippling as if she was reminiscing about the past. Do you know what the universe looked like at the beginning? Yi Xian asked, what did it look like at the beginning? Xiao Dao smiled. It was when the universe was just born. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. I know. At that time, the universe was just born. Everything was growing. The spiritual energy was at least 1,000 times denser than it is now. 1,000 times. Yi Xian's expression became serious. 1,000 times? Xiao Dao nodded. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating at all. At that time, the universe had just been born. There were no cultivators or marauders. The universe grew naturally. It was very beautiful. At that time, Tendo was still very pure. She didn't know the evils of the world. But later on, all kinds of living beings appeared in the universe. At first, it was quite good. The universe became lively. Tendo was also very happy. But later on, things slowly became worse. Yi Xian said, fighting. Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Later on, fighting and plundering began. They crazily plundered the universe. This was especially true for humans. When humans appeared in this world became worse and worse. At that time, humans not only liked to fight, but they also liked to plunder spiritual energy. Of course, it wasn't just humans. There were also other races. In any case, after these living beings appeared, the spiritual energy in the universe became less and less. At this point, she looked at Yi Xian. The fifth dimension tribulation is actually the tribulation of all living beings. This is the tribulation of all living beings. It can't be said that they are innocent. It can only be said that everything is karma. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, this tribulation will always be here, right? Xiao Dao nodded. It will always be here. If the prophet wants to eliminate this tribulation, it will be very, very difficult. But it's not like there is no hope. At least, for now, there is still a bit of hope. Of course, that plain-dressed woman has to be willing. But for now, this woman is no less dangerous than the fifth dimension tribulation. I think the prophet is playing with fire. If he doesn't play well, he won't need to wait for the fifth dimension tribulation. If that woman goes crazy, everyone will pass the fifth dimension tribulation in advance. Yi Xian. Chapter 1027. In the pawn shop, Xiao Dao took out a small account book and flipped through it, then said, "Let's not talk about the fifth dimension. Let's talk about the guardians. These guardians are not simple, but fortunately, they are not focusing all their attention on you. Otherwise, you." Speaking of this, she shook her head. "No, even if they focus all their attention on you, they may not be able to kill you. Not to mention anything else, just arrow alone was enough to make the guardians suffer. And the powerful people around Yi Xian were not just arrow alone." Yi Xian said, "No matter what, I don't want to sit still and wait for death." Xiao Dao nodded, "That's a good idea. Passively defending is indeed sitting still and waiting for death." Saying this, she bent her finger and a white light went into Yi Xian's eyebrows. "This is some information I know about the guardians, I'll give it to you for free." Yi Xian cupped his hands, "Thank you." Xiao Dao smiled, "Tell me about Demon Yen and God Emperor." Yi Xian said, "They gave me their inheritance. Moreover, they seem to have made up." Xiao Dao nodded, "They have also become smarter." Yi Xian asked, "Will they seek revenge on Tendo?" Xiao Dao shook her head, "They won't dare." Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian, "Tendo has no evil intentions towards you." Yi Xian nodded, "I won't find trouble with Tendo for no reason. I am not an idiot." Xiao Dao smiled, "Demon Yen and God Emperor gave you their inheritance, so don't think too much about it. They won't have any evil intentions towards you. Anyway, if there are benefits, just take them. As for the consequences, don't be afraid. You are lucky enough to enjoy these benefits." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, you said that you have seen the original appearance of the fifth dimension, but you are not a Tendo, so who are you?" Xiao Dao blinked. "You have to pay for this question." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao smiled and said, "To your five-dimensional cosmos, I am a guest." Yi Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" Xiao Dao shook his head. "Nothing. You should take care of your own business first." Yi Xian thinks for a moment, then nods. "Senior Xiao Dao, I'm leaving." Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "Don't go out." Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Don't leave this door." Yi Xian turned around, but there was no one outside the door. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. "Miss Xiao Dao, what do you mean?" Xiao Dao smiled and did not speak. Yi Xian was speechless. He knew that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. Yi Xian stood up. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, "You have to think it through." Yi Xian nodded. "Can I stay here forever?" Xiao Dao was speechless. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Since they are already here, then let me have a look." With that, he walked out of the door. Just as he stepped out, the scenery around him suddenly changed, and before long, he appeared in an unknown space. The space Dao Law condensed between Yi Xian's brows, but he found that the space around him did not move at all. He could not control it. "Don't waste your energy." Right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around and saw a middle-aged man standing not far away from him. The middle-aged man wore a loose robe, and his hands were hidden in his sleeves while he wore a faint smile on his face. Yi Xian smiled. "Dao Envoy?" The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. "I'm not a Dao Envoy. You're not at the level where a Dao Envoy needs to make a move." Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. "Make a move?" The middle-aged man opened his palm, and a black spear silently appeared. He slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated by hundreds of meters. Yi Xian looked at his chest when he had stopped. There was a dent in the candle dragon armor on his chest. What a powerful spear! Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. That spear isn't strong enough. It can't even penetrate this armor of mine. The middle-aged man smiled. What a good torch dragon armor. Come, let me see how many times your armor can withstand my spear. With that said, he suddenly disappeared. Extremely fast. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and stabbed with his sword. The moment he stabbed with his sword, Yi Xian suddenly felt a powerful force in his abdomen. This powerful force instantly pushed him back by hundreds of meters. Before he could stop, a spear suddenly arrived at his throat. Yi Xian stomped his right foot. Boom! A mysterious force instantly suppressed him. Sword domain. The moment the sword domain appeared, the spear suddenly stopped. At this time, Yi Xian stabbed with his sword again. Chi! This time, the sword stabbed empty air. The middle-aged man's right foot was pushed back by hundreds of meters. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled up. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. At this time, the demonic wings on his back suddenly appeared. Boom! Yi Xian also disappeared. Rumble. Along with an explosion, Yi Xian and the middle-aged man returned to their original positions. There was a sword scar on the middle-aged man's face, but Yi Xian was completely fine. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. The demonic wings of the ancestor of fiends. It looks like your fortuitous encounter is extraordinary. However, you rely too much on external objects. Yi Xian smiled. How long have you lived? The middle-aged man replied, many, many years. I can't even remember. Yi Xian smiled. I've only lived for a little over 20 years. Tell me, if I don't use external objects to fight you, what should I use? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. Come, let me see if your treasure can save your life. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward and stabbed with the spear in his hand. The space in front of Yi Xian exploded with this stab, and the spear tore through the air. The spear seemed to have come from ancient times, and it carried a primordial aura. The powerful force caused the surrounding space to become illusory. At this moment, Yi Xian flipped his left hand, and a golden square shield appeared in his hand. Sumera shield. Yi Xian held the shield in his left hand and pushed it forward. Boom! The Sumera shield shook violently, and a powerful force surged out from it. The middle-aged man was instantly pushed back 300 m. As soon as he stopped, the spear in his hand trembled violently. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Sumera power. Your shield, Yi Xian smiled. I just got it. I didn't know its power before, but now I know. It seems like it's not bad. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you really have a lot of treasures. If I kill you, I'll make a big profit. Yi Xian smiled. Come, give it a try. The middle-aged man opened his palm, and the spear in his hand suddenly turned into a silver spear. On the tip of the spear, there was a silver azure dragon soul. The middle-aged man smiled. Come, let me see if this spear can break your shield. With that, he suddenly disappeared. The moment he disappeared, his spear had already stabbed Yi Xian's Sumera shield. Boom! Yi Xian instantly retreated. However, the Sumera shield was not damaged at all. When Yi Xian stopped, the middle-aged man suddenly swept his spear at the Sumera shield. Rumble! Yi Xian instantly retreated 300 m. As soon as he stopped, the space behind him cracked. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the middle-aged man. At this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded, and in the next moment, a powerful force rushed towards him. Yi Xian grinned and raised his shield to block the attack. This time, he raised his shield with both hands and didn't use his sword at all. Rumble. An explosion resounded like a thunderclap. Yi Xian retreated by over 10 m while the middle-aged man was blasted 300 m away. He was blasted back by his own strength. Yi Xian gazed at the middle-aged man and smiled. Come, continue. The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. That shield of yours is extraordinary. Yi Xian smiled. You're too kind. Actually, your spear isn't bad as well. It's just that your strength isn't enough. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Yi Xian, I have to admit that I. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Don't talk to me about those useless things. Come on, beat me to death. I beg for death. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly while he tightened his grip on the silver spear in his right hand, and a powerful force converged within him. At the same time, the silver dragon on his spear suddenly roared. The dragon roar shook the world. The smile on Yi Xian's face gradually vanished. The middle-aged man is getting serious. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly leaped up. In the air, the middle-aged man thrusted his spear. On the tip of the spear, a silver dragon danced and swept out with an unparalleled spear light, thrusting straight at Yi Xian. At this instant, Yi Xian felt a powerful pressure descend upon him. A ferocious smile arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth, and he raised his shield with both hands and raised it. I'll block it. The ray of light and the silver dragon smashed against the shield. Rumble. All of a sudden, the space around Yi Xian surged like a tidal wave, and a powerful force surged in all directions. Yi Xian held the shield tightly with both hands, allowing the powerful force to strike him. Just like that, after a quarter of an hour, Yi Xian's shield managed to block the attack. However, as a result, Yi Xian was forced back hundreds of feet. Yi Xian's face was a little pale. Although he had blocked the spear, it wasn't easy for him. In the distance, the middle-aged man's face was a little gloomy. He didn't expect the Sumeru shield to be so powerful that it could even block his spear. Naturally, he didn't forget that Yi Xian still had the torch dragon armor. How could he fight? A sense of helplessness rose in the middle-aged man's heart. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, I also think that fighting like this is boring. Why don't we change the method? I won't use the Sumeru shield or the torch dragon armor. Let's fight with our real strength. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Then what do you want me to do? Yi Xian smiled. It's very simple. Use your soul to fight me. We'll use our souls to fight fairly. What do you think? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. I also want to see how strong I am. I can't tell if I use external objects. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. Are you sure you don't want to use the torch dragon armor and the Sumeru shield? Yi Xian said, I swear to the heavens in the name of a swordsman that I won't use the torch dragon armor or the Sumeru shield in the battle later. P.S. Brothers, postpone the outbreak. You know what happened in the past 2 days, you know. Chapter 1028. In the void, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, looks like you have nothing to fear. But it doesn't matter, I also want to see your trump card. As his voice fell, his soul suddenly left his body. The moment his soul appeared, Yi Xian's soul also suddenly left his body. And at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian with his spear. Obviously, he was afraid that Yi Xian would go back on his word. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He tightly gripped the executing heaven sword in his hand. When the middle-aged man came to 100 feet in front of him, he suddenly leaped in front of the middle-aged man. And at this moment, the executing heaven sword in his hand had already turned into the soul-suppressing sword. The moment the soul-suppressing sword appeared, the middle-aged man's expression instantly changed. At this moment, he knew why Yi Xian wanted to duel him one-on-one. Scheme. Although he was already mentally prepared, he did not expect Yi Xian to take out the soul-suppressing sword. At this moment, although the middle-aged man was horrified, he was unable to stop his move because Yi Xian had already arrived in front of him. The middle-aged man suddenly roared and stabbed out with his spear. This spear was his full strength. With this spear strike, it was either life or death. And at this moment, Yi Xian's sword arrived. Boom! The surroundings of the horizon shook violently. A powerful soul force shook in all directions like a wave, and the middle-aged man's soul directly stopped in place, unable to move. One sword soul fixation. The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Just as he was about to speak, the soul-suppressing sword suddenly disappeared into the top of his head. Boom! The middle-aged man's soul directly disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian beckoned with his right hand, and the soul-suppressing sword fell into his hand. The soul-suppressing sword trembled violently. Little Soul said somewhat excitedly, "Young lord, great nourishment." Yi Xian laughed out loud. "Then, take care of yourself." Little Soul said, "Young lord, can there be more of these souls?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "You little guy." Soul giggled and said nothing. Suddenly, Xiao Dao appeared in front of Yi Xian. Xiao Dao sized up Yi Xian and smiled. "They underestimated your strength." Yi Xian said softly, "From now on, it shouldn't be, right?" Xiao Dao smiled. "I don't think so. Do you know where the protector is? In other words, their headquarters." Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Dao blinked. "Give me the purple aura and I'll tell you." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Miss Xiao Dao, we are friends." Xiao Dao calmly said, 20% off. "I'll give you a 20% discount." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "You want me to go to the Dao Protector's lair?" Xiao Dao smiled. "It's not that I want you to go, it's up to you whether you want to go or not." Yi Xian said, "If I take Arrow with me, can I destroy those Dao Protectors?" Xiao Dao shook her head. "You can't. If you take her, she can come back alive, but you absolutely can't. If you want to completely destroy the Dao Protectors, you can only go to the plain-dressed woman." Plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian shook his head. He doesn't know where she is now. Of course, with his current strength, he can certainly find her. But the problem is, why would he find her? If he follows her, he will definitely be safe. However, he wants to rely on his own strength. He doesn't know when it started, but he has a special feeling for the plain-dressed woman. He doesn't want to rely on her for the rest of his life, and he doesn't want to become her burden. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly said, "Do you know why the Dao Protectors only sent one Dao messenger to find you?" Yi Xian said, "Because they look down on me?" Xiao Dao smiled. "That is part of the reason, but the real reason is that they have a more powerful enemy." Yi Xian frowned. "More powerful enemy?" Xiao Dao nodded. "They are pinned down." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, how big is the fifth dimension? How many powerful forces are there?" Xiao Dao blinked her eyes. "Give me the money." Yi Xian, Xiao Dao smiled. "Fine. Since you found the evil spirit stone for me, I will tell you a little for free. Firstly, the fifth dimension is not big, but it is not small either." "Why do you say so?" "For some people, the places they can go to are limited. Therefore, for them, the fifth dimension is very small. However, for some powerful people, such as me, the fifth dimension is very big. At least, at present, it seems to have no boundaries. However, the majority of the places are just empty lands. There are also some places that are forcefully opened up by some forces to live in, including this endless underground city. Yi Xian asked, Miss Xiao Dao, who created this endless underground city? Xiao Dao smiled. Do you still remember the one-legged woman you met by the river that day? Yi Xian nodded. I remember. She created it? Xiao Dao nodded. That's her. However, there are only 2 people left who know that this boundless underground city was created by her. Yi Xian asked, Who are you and? Xiao Dao blinked her eyes and smiled. In front of me. Yi Xian was stunned. Just you and me. Miss Xiao Dao, who is she? Xiao Dao smiled. She is also an extraordinary person. Let me tell you, if it was not for me that day, you would have been killed by her. Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but Xiao Dao said, You don't need to ask. I can't tell you her real identity. Also, as for the major forces in the fifth dimension, you have come into contact with many of them. I won't break it down to who is strong and who is weak. I can tell you that among these forces, the void dimension is ranked second. Void dimension. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, What about first? Xiao Dao shook her head. I can't tell you. However, strictly speaking, this number 1 force might not appear in this world. Therefore, you can think of it as the void dimension as the number 1 force. Yi Xian asked, Why won't the number 1 force appear in this world? Why is that? Xiao Dao's eyes twitched. Why are you so curious? Yi Xian, Xiao Dao said, In any case, you can think of it as the void dimension as the number 1 force. As for the void dimension, I can't tell you much. That place is not simple, so you better not go there. I think your good luck might be ineffective there. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Which is stronger, the void dimension or Arrow's great desolate country? Xiao Dao answered without hesitation, The void dimension. Yi Xian frowned. What if Arrow is added? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Or the void dimension? Yi Xian asked again, What about the plain-dressed woman? Ah! The little Taoist suddenly roared and slapped out. Pung! Without any warning, Yi Xian was sent flying thousands of feet away by the slap. When he stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. That slap just now had directly injured his internal organs. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly pointed with her finger, and a drop of super spring water fell in front of Yi Xian. Sorry, I couldn't help but hit you. Yi Xian, seeing Yi Xian's aggrieved expression, Xiao Dao shook her head and sighed. To be honest, sometimes you really need a beating. Do you know that sometimes I have the urge to beat you to death? Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman actually wanted to beat him to death. Damn! This is too terrifying. Xiao Dao suddenly said, Why, are your injuries not serious? As she spoke, she was about to put away the super spring water. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly took the spring water and drank it. Soon, his body recovered at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Don't ask me this next time. Otherwise, I'll beat you again. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then smiled sheepishly. I'm just curious. Xiao Dao shook her head. She's a person who doesn't abide by the rules. Do you understand? Yi Xian was about to say something, but Xiao Dao smiled. I'm not going to discuss it with you anymore. By the way, do you want to know where the Dao Protector's headquarters are? Yi Xian asked. Is it free? Xiao Dao shook her head. Pretend I didn't say anything. With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian, at this moment, Xiao Dao stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Be careful of that Dao emissary. He's not as weak as that person just now. With that, she disappeared. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he looked at the soul-suppressing sword in his hand. Little soul, how many souls do you need to advance again? Little soul said, I don't know. In any case, the more the better. Yi Xian smiled. Okay, I'll find more for you when the time comes. Little soul giggled. Thank you, young master. Yi Xian looked around, and the space around him suddenly shattered. Soon, Yi Xian appeared at the door of the Tendo pawn shop. Yi Xian walked into the pawn shop. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. What's the matter? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Miss Xiao Dao, I want the position of Dao Protector. Xiao Dao blinked. 100 strands of purple energy. Yi Xian didn't bargain. With a point of his finger, 100 strands of purple energy appeared in front of Xiao Dao. After Xiao Dao put away the purple energy, a white light entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Soon, a lot of information appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Tendo Starfield. The Dao Protector was in a very distant Tendo Starfield. It was at least 100 starfields away from where he was. Very, very far. After a moment, Xiao Dao smiled. They're in Tendo Starfield. The martial arts civilization there is also very prosperous. If you want to go, I can provide a teleportation array. If you cross the galaxy outside, it will take at least 10 years. But here, it only takes half an hour. Not only that, I can also pick you up. All of this only requires 200 strands of purple energy. 200 strands of violet gas can't buy you a loss, nor can it buy you a scam. But with me, I can send you to the heavenly law star field as quickly as possible. What do you think? Yi Xian's face darkened. Xiao Dao, are you really short on money lately? Xiao Dao blinked and smiled. Actually, I'm short on purple energy. It's slightly useful to me. Yi Xian tapped with his finger, and then 400 strands of purple energy appeared in front of Xiao Dao. The extra 200 strands are a gift from me. However, I can't do business with Miss Xiao Dao in the future. Because I don't have much purple energy left. Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment, and then she put the strands of purple energy away. Yi Xian turned around and left. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao spoke abruptly, I can't take benefits from you for free. I'll give you something as well. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Meanwhile, the 9th floor spoke abruptly, it's a trap. Chapter 1029. When he heard Xiao Dao's words, although Yi Xian was overjoyed, his expression was very calm. He turned around and said seriously, Miss Xiao Dao, you're too kind. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and smiled, don't play tricks in front of me. As she spoke, she took out a square box and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled, what's this? Xiao Dao smiled, it's a small toy. Yi Xian opened the square box, and there was a small wooden figurine in the box. The wooden figurine was very lifelike, and it looked exactly like Xiao Dao. Yi Xian blinked, Miss Xiao Dao, what's this? Xiao Dao smiled, I was thinking that with our friendship, it's too vulgar to give you a god item or a god weapon. So, I'll give you a small toy that I carved myself. Although it's not a god item or a god weapon, it represents my feelings. Ha! At this moment, the person on the 9th floor suddenly laughed loudly. Yi Xian's face darkened, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Dao blinked, you won't dislike it, right? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, and he put the wooden figurine away, why would I? Xiao Dao smiled, it's good that you like it. Go quickly. Have a safe journey. As she spoke, she pointed with her finger, and a teleportation formation appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Miss Xiao Dao, help me calculate whether my departure will be a blessing or a curse. Xiao Dao blinked. If it's a blessing, it won't be a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Yi Xian was speechless, and he didn't say anything else. He entered the teleportation formation, and he quickly disappeared. After Yi Xian disappeared, Xiao Dao shook his head and smiled. This slippery little guy. At that moment, a woman appeared not far to the right of Xiao Dao. It was the one-legged woman. The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao and said nothing. Xiao Dao chuckled and said, I've already let him go. In the future, he will only come once in a while. He won't come often. The one-legged woman still didn't say anything. She just stared at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao walked towards the one-legged woman and said with a smile, perhaps it's good karma. The one-legged woman shook her head. Come on. With that, she turned around and disappeared. Xiao Dao shook his head with a smile, then turned and left. Tendo Star Region. This was an ancient star field, and this star field used to be the place where Tendo lived. Tendo lived in this place for countless years, but in the end, he disappeared for some unknown reason. Not long after Tendo disappeared, the fifth dimension tribulation appeared. As a result, countless people believed that the fifth dimension tribulation was the work of Tendo. Tendo Star Region could be said to be the most ancient star field among the countless star fields in the universe. After Tendo disappeared, a new force appeared here. Dao Protector. Very, very few people knew about this power because they rarely showed their faces. However, the current Yi Xian, because of Xiao Dao, knew a lot about this Dao Protector. This was also the reason why he dared to come to Tendo Star Region. If he didn't know anything about this Dao Protector, he wouldn't have rashly come. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian appeared on top of a mountain. The moment he landed, Yi Xian was stunned. The spiritual qi here was too rich. It was at least 10 times richer than in Fu Wenzong. What a good place. Yi Xian was somewhat amazed. This place was worthy of being the place where the Supreme Tendo lived. At this time, the ninth person suddenly said, Go to the right, there is a city there. To the right? Yi Xian looked to the right. Senior, how do you know there is a city there? Don't tell me Senior is from Tendo Star Region? The ninth person said, I sensed it. Yi Xian smiled and then disappeared into the sky on his sword. Soon, Yi Xian arrived in front of an ancient city. The city was built on a mountain and surrounded by a large river. It could be said that there were mountains and rivers. Yi Xian looked above the city gate, Tendo City. Yi Xian said, Senior, have you seen the legendary Tendo? The ninth person said, Do you think I have? Yi Xian smiled, I am curious about her. I want to meet her, but I don't know if she is a foodie. The ninth person sighed, Kid, that Tendo is not simple. You better not have any ideas about her, or she will play you until there is nothing left of you. Yi Xian nodded, I will not go looking for her. The ninth person sighed again, but I have a feeling that you will meet her. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Sir, is your intuition accurate? The ninth person said, She has never disappointed me. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then smiled, So be it. Having said that, he walked into the city. There were many people in the city, and they were all cultivators. Although they were strong, they were not too strong. Yi Xian said, Senior, do you think the Guardian will recognize me? The ninth person said, Under normal circumstances, it will take 10 years to get to the Worldwide Academy from here. In this world, there are only 2 teleportation arrays. The first is the teleportation array that the Dao Protectors established themselves. The second teleportation array is a minor Dao. So, under normal circumstances, they would never believe that you would be able to come here. Yi Xian smiled, that is for the best. The ninth person said, what do you want to do? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up, nothing, I don't want to do anything, haha. Having said that, he walked into the distance. What he needed to do now was to understand the city of Tendo. Because of this, he spent a total of 6 hours before he finally had a rough understanding of the Heavenly Law City. In the city of Tendo, there were 3 major forces. Among them, the strongest was naturally the Guardian. However, the Guardian was not in the city. Therefore, strictly speaking, there were only 2 major forces in the city, the Sky Clan and the Dao Clan. Interestingly, these 2 clans claimed to be the descendants of Tendo. In the field of Tendo, they also had enemies, the extraterrestrial demons. Usually, the 3 forces would fight each other. However, when facing the extraterrestrial demons, the 3 forces would be very united. Yi Xian did not know much about the extraterrestrial demons. He planned to go back and ask Xiao Dao. That woman must know a lot of things. At that moment, the 9th person suddenly said, you want to sneak into the Guardian? Yi Xian blinked, Senior, do you have a way? There's nothing I can do about it. I just want you to give up hope. The Dao protectors have very strict requirements. They have 3 tests for those who join them. You can say that you can't pass even one of them, because you'll definitely be exposed. So, don't even think about it. The Guardian is not as stupid as you think. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, you seem to be very familiar with the Guardian? The 9th person said, a little. Yi Xian asked, Senior, are you from the field of Tendo? The 9th person smiled, take a guess. Yi Xian said calmly, I'm not guessing. The 9th person laughed, Kid, you don't need to know who I am. In any case, I won't harm you. What do you think? Yi Xian nodded, yes. At this moment, a bell suddenly rang in the distance. Yi Xian turned his head to look. At this moment, the expressions of the pedestrians in the city changed drastically, and they fled in all directions. Yi Xian frowned, what's going on? At this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky outside the city. As the crack opened, a powerful evil aura suddenly swept out. Yi Xian frowned, what is that? The 9th person said, the extraterrestrial demons. Yi Xian asked, are they strong? The 9th person said, to you, other than the top few, none are strong. However, I suggest you use your treasures less here, they're too eye-catching. Yi Xian nodded, understood. At that moment, a voice rang out in the city, everyone, defend. Numerous strong people in the city leaped onto the city wall as soon as the voice had finished. Yi Xian also leaped onto the city wall after a moment of hesitation. On the city wall, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the cracked space. Suddenly, countless black shadows appeared in the space. In an instant, the entire city darkened. Yi Xian frowned, these are the extraterrestrial demons? Yi Xian asked, Senior, what are these extraterrestrial demons? The 9th person said, extraterrestrial survivors. Yi Xian frowned, extraterrestrial survivors? The 9th person said, yes. Meanwhile, the experts in the city shot into the sky towards the extraterrestrial demons, and it didn't take long for the battle to begin. There were a lot of extraterrestrial demons, but there were a lot of people as well. Moreover, more and more people were rushing up the city walls to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Suddenly, an extraterrestrial demon appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he pounced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to attack when a woman appeared in front of him, and she slashed with her sword. Hiss! The extraterrestrial demon's head flew into the air, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. After she killed the extraterrestrial demon, she turned to look at Yi Xian, everyone else is fighting to the death, so why are you standing there? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, I'm scared. Afraid? The woman frowned. What are you afraid of? Yi Xian said with a straight face, I'm afraid of death. The woman looked at Yi Xian. How can a man be afraid of death? As she spoke, she placed the sword in Yi Xian's hand. Come, fight with me. Yi Xian looked at the sword in front of him, and he was slightly hesitant. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly spoke angrily, What? You don't even have the courage to pick up the sword? Yi Xian was speechless. Why is this woman looking for me? Right at this moment, another extraterrestrial demon pounced at him and the woman. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Kill him. Yi Xian, the extraterrestrial demon, came closer and closer, but the woman had no intention of attacking, and she just stared at Yi Xian. Pick up the sword. A man can die, but he can't be a coward. Don't be a coward. Pick up the sword and kill him for me. Yi Xian didn't speak, and he didn't attack either. The woman said angrily, Pick up the sword. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke in a trembling voice, Miss, I don't know how to use the sword. I don't know how. I really don't know how. P.S. I'm already married. Those readers who are still single, do your best. If you really can't find one, find a man. Chapter 1030. At this moment, the heavenly demon was already behind the woman. The woman gripped her sword and stabbed it with a backhand. Chi! With this stab, the heavenly demon's head flew off before it could even react. The woman turned her head and glared coldly at Yi Xian before disappearing into the sky. Yi Xian looked up at the sky. He had to admit that this woman was very strong. Her sword had not completely entered the mortal realm, but there were already signs of it. It could be said that she was half a step into the mortal realm. He did not take the sword just now because he was afraid of giving himself away. He was now a mortal sword. Once he wielded a sword, it would be very difficult to hide. Yi Xian looked around and turned to leave. He was definitely not interested in fighting against the heavenly demon. Yi Xian found a quiet place in the city and sat cross-legged. His purpose for coming here was very simple, it was to deal with the protector. Now, how to deal with the protector was a problem. At this moment, the roof above his head suddenly exploded and a heavenly demon suddenly rushed down. The heavenly demon's appearance was not much different from that of a human's. However, these heavenly demons' skin was dark purple and their pupils were not black but brown. In addition, they had a pair of horns compared to humans and their bodies exuded an unpleasant evil aura. The heavenly demon stared at Yi Xian and in the next moment, it directly charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was expressionless. Just as he was about to attack, a flying sword suddenly flew in from outside the door. The next moment, the heavenly demon's forehead was directly pierced by the sword. Yi Xian turned his head and when he saw the person who had attacked, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. It was that woman again. It was the woman who had asked him to wield his sword on the city wall. At this moment, there was a man and a woman beside the woman. Both of them also used swords and their bodies exuded a very sharp sword intent. Obviously, all three of them were swordsmen. The woman in the lead walked in front of Yi Xian with her sword in hand. She sized up Yi Xian. You're hiding here? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. The other party naturally could not sense his aura, because he had already concealed all of his aura. Moreover, he had concealed it with the World Prison Pagoda. It could be said that ordinary people would not be able to discover his true cultivation level and strength. Seeing Yi Xian nod, the woman frowned slightly. Are you that afraid of death? Yi Xian glanced at the woman and said with a smile, Miss, this seems to be my own business. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Are you saying that I'm meddling? Yi Xian nodded honestly. Seeing this, The man next to the woman immediately said angrily, "What do you mean?" Yi Xian ignored the man and looked at the woman. "Miss, how should I address you?" The woman said, "Tian Han." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Tian, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." With that, he got up and left. At this moment, Tian Han suddenly stopped Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "I don't want to meddle, but your situation is similar to mine. That's why I said a few words. Humans cannot be defeated by their own fears, understand?" Yi Xian nodded. "Thank you for your teachings, miss." Tian Han shook her head. "I know you didn't listen. Fine, do as you please." With that, she turned and left. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned and looked at Yi Xian. "The heavenly demons have been defeated. We're going to counterattack. Do you want to go to the extraterritorial battlefield with us?" The extraterritorial battlefield. Yi Xian was about to refuse. At this moment, the person on the 9th floor suddenly said, "Go. The Tao Protector is guarding that place. You go. You can meet the Tao Protector there." Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately nodded. "Go." The man next to Tian Han suddenly said, "Tian Han, bringing him along is simply." Tian Han shook her head. "It's fine. The heavenly demons have been defeated. Bringing him along for a while will be fine." With that, she looked at Yi Xian. "Follow us." Yi Xian nodded and hurriedly followed. After leaving, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. There was a pitch-black crack in the sky. Tian Han said, "Let's go." With that, she, the man, and the woman next to her, rode on their swords. Yi Xian did not ride on his sword. Instead, he rode on the air. It was a simple flying technique. Yi Xian noticed that countless people around him were flying toward the spatial crack. Counterattack. Very soon, the four of them entered the spatial crack. In the spatial tunnel, Tian Han, who was next to Yi Xian, suddenly said, "What's your name?" Yi Xian looked at Tian Han and smiled. "Xuanye." "Xuanye?" Tian Han sized up Yi Xian. "You don't have any spiritual qi waves on you. Are you hiding your aura, or are you just a body cultivator?" Yi Xian nodded hurriedly. "I am a body cultivator." Body cultivator. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the man's eyes flashed with disdain. Tian Han's eyes showed a trace of sympathy. Yi Xian looked at the man. "Is it embarrassing to be a body cultivator?" The man said indifferently, "Only commoners would choose this path. Who would become a body cultivator if they are truly talented and capable?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. Were body cultivators treated so poorly in this place? At this moment, Tian Han suddenly said, "Li Qi, you can't say that. A truly powerful body cultivator is also very powerful. Rumor has it that in ancient times, there was a powerhouse who cultivated his body to the indestructible golden body realm. This kind of powerhouse's body could shake the heavens and earth and be indestructible." The man named Li Qi shook his head. "Tian Han, that kind of powerhouse only belongs to legends. It's not like you don't know that here, a powerful body can only withstand a few more hits. It's useless." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "Xuanye, is it because your talent isn't good? Or is it because your family is too poor and can't afford to cultivate divine abilities and secret techniques?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm very poor and my talent isn't good either. Therefore, I can only choose to cultivate my body." Li Qi smiled. "Tian Han, look. I'm right." Tian Han walked in front of Yi Xian. "There's nothing wrong with cultivating your body. Work hard. When the time comes, I'll give you a mental cultivation technique so that you can cultivate qi. Yi Xian looked hesitantly. Is body cultivator really that weak? Tian Han nodded slightly. Ordinary strength in front of divine abilities and secret techniques is indeed somewhat passable. However, this doesn't mean that body cultivator is really weak. In short, you just have to cultivate well. Yi Xian nodded. At the side, Li Qi smiled. There's really no future in cultivating the body. As he spoke, he looked at the woman beside him. Tian Yen, what do you think? The woman named Tian Yen said indifferently, Li Qi, why are you talking so much? He's following us. He doesn't need your protection. Li Qi snorted coldly. That Outerium battlefield isn't simple. If there's one more useless person, don't implicate us. Hearing that, Tian Han frowned. Li Qi, why are you so narrow-minded? Li Qi said in a deep voice. Tian Han, you're good at everything except that you like to meddle in other people's business. Tian Han was about to speak. At this moment, a white light appeared in front of the three of them. In the next moment, the three of them appeared on a battlefield. Yi Xian turned to look at the surroundings. There were sky fiends and human experts everywhere. The sounds of battle resounded ceaselessly and shook the sky. Right at this moment, a sky fiend suddenly descended from the sky and pounced towards Yi Xian's group of 4. Tian Han, who was in the lead, raised her hand and slashed. Ohm! Along with the sound of a sword howling, a snow-white sword light tore through the sky and directly killed that sky fiend. Tian Han looked at Yi Xian's group of 3. All of you be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and rushed out. At Yi Xian's side, Li Qi glanced at Yi Xian and chuckled. You be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished not far away. At Yi Xian's side, Tian Yen glanced at Yi Xian. You're pretending. Yi Xian blinked. What are you pretending for? Tian Yen sneered. Seeing so many corpses and sky fiends around you, there's no trace of fear in your eyes. There's only one possibility. You have something to rely on, am I right? Yi Xian smiled. You can say that. Tian Yen didn't say anything else. She turned around and vanished not far away. Yi Xian glanced at Tian Yen. This girl is really meticulous. Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He looked around and asked in his heart, Senior, where are the Dao protectors guarding? 9th floor answered, Dao Mountain. There are Dao protectors there. However, you can't go there like this. If you go there like this, you'll definitely be stopped. Also, there are experts guarding there. I can sense that it's very dangerous. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. At this moment, a sky fiend suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The sky fiend was extremely fast. He directly punched Yi Xian's chest. Bang! Yi Xian didn't move from his spot, but the sky fiend retreated explosively by over 30 m. Moreover, his entire right arm had actually split open. The sky fiend was stunned. Yi Xian gazed at the sky fiend. The sky fiend glanced at his arm, and then he charged forward again. He was extremely swift, and he arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. After that, he smashed his fist towards Yi Xian's head. Bang! The sky fiend retreated explosively by over 30 m. This time, the ground beneath him exploded when he landed on the ground, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. Yi Xian gazed at the sky fiend. What are you doing? The sky fiend stared fixedly at Yi Xian, body cultivator. Yi Xian blinked. If you don't hit me, then I'll leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. At this moment, the sky fiend suddenly roared angrily. He picked up a long saber from the ground, and then slashed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks, and he turned around. At this moment, the saber slashed directly at his head. Bang! The saber exploded, and the Sky Fiend himself was sent flying. This time, he was unable to get up after crashing to the ground. Because his internal organs had been ruptured. Yi Xian glanced at the Sky Fiend, and then he stomped his right foot lightly. Bang! The heavenly demon immediately exploded. Yi Xian turned around to leave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up. In the sky, Tianhan was being surrounded and attacked by several Sky Fiends. Yi Xian didn't make a move, because Tianhan wasn't in danger. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the Dao Mountain, and his footsteps quickened. Just at this moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the sky. Then, a powerful aura suddenly swept down from the sky. Chapter 1031. Yi Xian looked up and saw a black vortex in the sky. With the appearance of this black vortex, the gazes of countless people in the surroundings shifted over. Yi Xian frowned. "Senior, what's that?" The ninth house said, "It must be a powerful Sky Fiend." Powerful. Yi Xian gazed at the vortex. Right at this moment, a black shadow flashed out from within the vortex, and as soon as this black shadow appeared, a shapeless wave of pressure suddenly shook the heavens. At this moment, the surrounding space began to tremble. Yi Xian frowned. "It's a bit strong." "Not just a bit," said the ninth house. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He looked at the black shadow. It was a man with a pair of wings on his back and a horn on his head. "It's a great Sky Fiend. He's very strong." "Great Sky Fiend?" asked Yi Xian. Sky Fiends are divided into different ranks. They're little Sky Fiends, great Sky Fiends, holy fiends, and ancient fiends. Ancient fiends have never been seen before, and they only exist in legends. Holy fiends are rare as well. There are only 2 or 3 holy fiends in the entire Sky Fiend clan. That's why a great Sky Fiend is considered to be someone important in the Sky Fiend clan. It looks like it's not a small matter. Yi Xian was just about to speak. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly trembled violently, and then numerous shadows suddenly floated out from the black vortex. The great Sky Fiend looked down and smiled. "Lin Dao, why don't you come out?" In the distant mountains, a green light shot up and landed in front of the great Sky Fiend. When the green light faded, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the great Sky Fiend. Lin Dao. The protector was a Dao emissary. A Dao emissary. Yi Xian looked at the Dao emissary. "Senior, this must be the protector, right?" "Probably," said the ninth house. Lin Dao looked at the great Sky Fiend and smiled. "Fu Jian, you finally can't take it anymore?" The great Sky Fiend called Fu Jian laughed. "I can't take it anymore. Let's collect some interest today." With that, he suddenly waved his right hand. Boom! The world suddenly trembled violently and 3 black vortexes appeared behind Fu Jian. As the 3 black vortexes appeared, Lin Dao narrowed his eyes and a trace of seriousness flashed across the depths of his eyes. Meanwhile, hundreds of afterimages suddenly flashed out from the 3 black vortexes. These hundreds of afterimages had extremely powerful auras. They were not ordinary Sky Fiends. The expressions of all the human experts below instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. In the air, Lin Dao said in a low voice, "Heavenly Fiend Legion." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look at Dao Shan. "Tell them to send the Dao army immediately." Right at this moment, an old man appeared in front of Lin Dao, and he spoke in a low voice, "The battlefield here has been sealed off. News of us won't be able to spread." Lin Dao narrowed his eyes and looked at the talisman. "Looks like your heavenly demon clan has put in a lot of effort." Fu Jian smiled and said, Lin Dao, I've played with you all for so many years. It's time to end this boring game. Kill. With that, the heavenly demon army behind him charged towards the humans below. Lin Dao spoke in a low voice, attack. Countless human experts shot into the sky and charged towards the heavenly demon army. However, they weren't a match for the heavenly demon army at all. Yi Xian was just about to leave when Tian Han suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, Li Qi and Tian Yan appeared in front of Yi Xian as well. Tian Han gazed at Yi Xian, don't go around. The heavenly demon army has set out. Just stay by our side, all right? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. However, a formidable heavenly demon suddenly appeared before them. Tian Han's expression changed slightly, and she turned around and swung her sword. The heavenly demon didn't dodge, and he just smashed his fist forward. Bang! Tian Han instantly retreated by 300 m. Li Qi and Tian Yan's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene. He's that strong? The heavenly demon didn't waste his breath at all and charged at Tian Han. Tian Han's eyes narrowed slightly. She held her sword with both hands as she took a small step forward, and then she suddenly swung her sword. Hiss! This slash caused a snow-white ray of light to descend straight down. In the distance, the heavenly demon stomped his right foot, and the ground instantly collapsed. Bang! A powerful force instantly blasted onto the ray of light. Bang! The ray of light shattered. Meanwhile, Tian Han suddenly appeared in front of the heavenly demon, and she stabbed her sword towards the heavenly demon's throat. However, the heavenly demon was even swifter, and his fist smashed onto her stomach first. Bang! Tian Han instantly retreated explosively by over 150 m. Li Qi and Tian Yan's expressions instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. This heavenly demon's strength isn't ordinary. The heavenly demon didn't stop, and he charged straight at Tian Han. Meanwhile, Tian Yan suddenly looked at Li Qi, who stood by her side, attack together. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged over. Li Qi hesitated for a moment, and then he drew his sword and stabbed forward swiftly. The heavenly demon directly punched out. Bang! Tian Yan and Li Qi were instantly blasted flying, whereas, the heavenly demon paid no attention to them and charged straight at Tian Han. Tian Yan charged forward once more when she witnessed this scene. Li Qi was hesitating instead because the sword in his hand had been blasted into pieces by the heavenly demon that stood before him just now. He knew that he wasn't a match for this heavenly demon. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon had arrived in front of Tian Han. Tian Han suddenly roared furiously, leaped up, and slashed down with her sword once more. This swing of her sword seemed as if she intended to slash the heavens apart. Bang! Along with the explosion of a ray of light, the heavenly demon was blasted back. But in the next moment, a powerful ray of black light suddenly erupted from within the heavenly demon, and it instantly swept towards Tian Han. Tian Han's expression changed slightly, and the sword in her hand shook before a ray of light slashed forward. Rumble! Two formidable forces erupted abruptly, causing the heavenly demon and Tian Han to retreat repeatedly. Right at this moment, another formidable heavenly demon suddenly appeared in front of Tian Han. Tian Han's expression changed drastically when she saw this scene. However, Yi Xian stood in front of Tian Han at this critical moment, and the heavenly demon's fist smashed onto Yi Xian's chest. Bang! Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and he didn't move at all. On the other hand, the heavenly demon retreated explosively by almost 300 m. Everyone was stunned at the sight of this scene. Tian Han, who stood before Yi Xian, was stunned on the spot as well. Yi Xian is fine? The distant heavenly demon stared fixedly at Yi Xian, body cultivator. Yi Xian nodded with a smile, body cultivator. The heavenly demon suddenly vanished. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't move. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon's fist smashed towards his throat. Yi Xian still didn't dodge and allowed the heavenly demon's fist to strike his throat. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the Sky Fiend retreated hundreds of feet, and as soon as he stopped, his physical body exploded. Everyone, Yi Xian looked at the heavenly demon who was only left with his soul and said with a smile, "Again?" The heavenly demon took a deep look at Yi Xian before turning to leave. He knew that he had met a tough opponent. As for the other powerful heavenly demon, he didn't attack either. He turned and disappeared not far away. Yi Xian smiled and turned to leave. Right then, Tianhan and the other two stood in front of Yi Xian. Tianhan looked at Yi Xian, "You hid your strength." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Tianhan, I told you that I'm a body cultivator, but you," with that said, he smiled and didn't say a word. Tianhan shook her head, "I was blind." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Tianhan, it's very dangerous here now. You should find a place to hide first." Tianhan frowned slightly, "What about you?" Yi Xian blinked, "I want to hide too." Tianhan looked at Yi Xian, "You're so strong. Why don't you fight against the heavenly demons with us?" Yi Xian fell silent. Fight against the heavenly demons? He had no feud with the heavenly demons, so he naturally wouldn't target them. His only goal here was to deal with the Tao Protector. That was Yi Xian's true enemy. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Tianhan, I have other things to do." Tianhan hesitated for a moment before sighing softly, "Everyone has their own aspirations. I won't force you. You're on your own." Yi Xian nodded, "Take care, Miss Tianhan." With that said, he turned to leave. At this moment, Li Qi suddenly said, "Selfish person." Yi Xian ignored him. Seeing that, Li Qi said angrily, "Xuanya, you're a selfish person." Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Li Qi, "Are you selfless? If you're selfless, why don't you go and fight the heavenly demons with your life? Don't think I didn't see that you were about to escape just now." Hearing that, Li Qi's face became somewhat gloomy, "Xuanya, you're clearly so strong, but you've been hiding and not making a move. If this isn't selfish, then what is? Moreover, you clearly had the ability to kill those two heavenly demons just now, but you intentionally let them go. What are your intentions? Could it be that you're a spy from the heavenly demons? You." Right then, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Li Qi. Pa! Before Li Qi could react, his entire body was sent flying. This time, he flew for hundreds of feet. Li Qi had just landed on the ground when Yi Xian stepped on his chest. He looked down at Li Qi, "I didn't hear what you said just now clearly. Can you repeat it to me again?" With that said, he exerted force with his foot. Pooh! Li Qi instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and at this moment, Yi Xian exerted force with his foot again. At this moment, Li Qi's body directly split apart. Seeing this, Tianhan's expression changed, and she was about to make a move, but at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped her, and this powerful aura directly caused her to be unable to move. Reason? He didn't want to reason anymore. Never reason with someone who wants to mess with you. To deal with such people, you have to use your fists. In the distance, Tianhan's pupils constricted slightly. The strength of this aura greatly exceeded her expectations. At this moment, Yi Xian began to exert force with his foot, and Li Qi's body had already completely split apart. After smelling the aura of death, Li Qi's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Xian, I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault. I was the one who caused trouble for no reason. I was dissatisfied with you, so I intentionally caused trouble for you. It's all my fault. Brother Xian, please be magnanimous. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly kicked him. Bang! Li Qi's body directly exploded, and his divine soul was destroyed. P.S. The days without healthcare are a little lost. Chapter 1032. Benevolence? Humans can be benevolent, but it has to be differentiated. Being benevolent to some people is being cruel to oneself. Seeing Yi Xian stomp Li Qi to death, Tian Han and Tian Yen were stunned. Killed just like that? Both of them had never imagined that Yi Xian would actually kill Li Qi just like that. Not to mention them, even Li Qi himself did not expect that he would be killed just like that. Didn't he already admit his mistake? Why did he still want to kill him? There was no answer. After Yi Xian killed Li Qi, he turned around and left. Just at this moment, Tian Han blocked in front of Yi Xian as she looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian smiled, he had evil intentions towards me. Tian Han said solemnly, but he did not hurt you. Yi Xian blinked, why must I wait until he hurt me before I can take revenge on him? Why can't I kill him before he has the ability to hurt me? Tian Han looked at Yi Xian, you're very cold-blooded. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, Miss Tian Han, you have a kind nature. As far as I'm concerned, I like your nature and like to be friends with people like you. But you have to understand, you have a kind nature but it doesn't mean others are kind. Also, that Li Qi deliberately found trouble with me. I'm not his father, so why should I spoil him? Tian Han was silent. Yi Xian smiled, if you want to take revenge on me, you can do it now. Tian Han looked at Yi Xian. She could feel that although this youth in front of her was smiling, but if she dared to make a move, she would definitely die. This youth would not be merciful to her. After a moment, Tian Han shook her head and turned to leave. Yi Xian smiled and quickly disappeared not far away. Tian Han looked at Yi Xian's back and said softly, who is he? Tian Yen suddenly said, sister, not only is this person mysterious, he is also extremely powerful. We better not provoke him. Tian Han looked at Li Qi's corpse not far away and shook his head with a sigh. Tian Yen said in a solemn voice, this Li Qi is a fool. He clearly knows that the other party's strength is formidable, yet he still deliberately provoked. He has only himself to blame. It's not worth the pity. Tian Han looked up at the demon legion that filled the sky and said softly, don't care about them. Fight. With that said, she stomped her right foot and shot up into the sky. In the distance, Yi Xian quickened his pace. His destination was the Dao Mountain. Right now, he wanted to understand these Dao protectors. He definitely wouldn't be merciful to them. This group of people didn't want to let him go even though they were separated by countless star domains. If he still showed mercy to them, then he would be stupid. Before long, Yi Xian approached Dao Mountain. This Dao Mountain wasn't very big. It was about 1,000 feet tall. From his position, he could vaguely see some palaces. Yi Xian concealed his aura and slowly moved towards Dao Mountain. When he arrived at the peak of Dao Mountain, the sounds of battle suddenly resounded from the palaces. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He was just about to enter when the sounds of battle suddenly vanished. Subsequently, the door to the palace in front of him opened abruptly, and a woman walked out. The woman wore a black dress. She was tall and had 3 pigtails. She wore a smile on the corners of her mouth, but there was a vicious expression in the corners of her eyes. Behind her were 10 black-robed figures that held curved blades in their hands. Heavenly fiends. In secret, Yi Xian sized up the woman and the others. These heavenly fiends wouldn't have killed all the Tao protectors here, right? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly looked up at Lin Dao in the sky. At the same time, Lin Dao's gaze shot down and stared fixedly at the woman. Nan Qian. The corners of the woman called Nan Qian's mouth curled up slightly. Lin Dao, are you surprised to see me? Are you surprised? Lin Dao's expression was extremely gloomy. He hadn't expected that the heavenly fiend race would actually dispatch two great heavenly fiends at once. Lin Dao glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, the humans here were being steadily pushed back by the encirclement of the heavenly fiend army. Even though he'd contacted the outside world, this place was confined by the Grand Formation, so the reinforcements from the outside world wouldn't be able to enter in a short period of time. The situation was very serious. Lin Dao suddenly looked towards the surroundings and said furiously, "Fight to the death. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Fight to the death." All he could do now was lead them to fight to the death and wait for reinforcements. Nan Qian laughed coldly from below. Right at this moment, her beautiful brows knit together slightly as she looked towards a corner. Yi Xian's expression changed as he hid there. Has this woman noticed me? Yi Xian was just about to retreat when Nan Qian suddenly waved her right hand. Bang! The corner where Yi Xian resided exploded apart. Spatial obliteration. Yi Xian's true body appeared. Nan Qian gazed at Yi Xian, human. Yi Xian smiled, "Nice to meet you, young miss." Nan Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she waved her right hand, causing a ray of black light to blast onto Yi Xian. Bang! The ray of black light shattered while Yi Xian took a few steps back, but he was completely unharmed. A trace of surprise flashed through Nan Qian's eyes when she witnessed this scene. A body refiner? Yi Xian smiled, "Young miss, I have no intention of becoming enemies with the heavenly fiend race. I was just passing by, and I'm sorry for disturbing you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He'd come here to see if he could kill some Tao protectors, but he'd never imagined that all the Tao protectors here would actually be killed by these heavenly fiends. Right at this moment, Nan Qian suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian smiled, "I'm undoubtedly invincible against all of you, but if you attack, then I won't hold back." Nan Qian's brows raised slightly when she heard this. "Won't hold back? What do you mean by that?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He noticed that it was really as Xiao Dao had said, the stronger one was, the more conceited they were. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian's brows suddenly knit together. Wasn't it the same for me? Right at this moment, Nan Qian suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian smashed his fist forward. Rumble. The space in front of Yi Xian suddenly exploded apart, and then Nan Qian returned to her original position while Yi Xian didn't move at all. Nan Qian gazed at Yi Xian. This time, there was a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Yi Xian smiled, "Do you still want to fight?" Nan Qian spoke in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" Yi Xian said, "My objective is the same as yours." Nan Qian's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard this. "Your objective is to kill the Tao protectors." Yi Xian was just about to speak when space suddenly exploded apart somewhere in the sky, and then countless human experts charged out from within it. Nan Qian raised her head to gaze at those human experts, and then she frowned slightly. The Tao Protector Army. Yi Xian gazed at the Tao Protector Army as well. Needless to say, the Tao Protector Army really was formidable, and the strength of the Tao Protector Army was extraordinarily formidable. Nan Qian suddenly gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Are you interested in joining my Sky Devil race?" Yi Xian was just about to speak when a formidable aura suddenly descended from the sky and blasted towards Nan Qian. Nan Qian laughed coldly, and then she transformed into a ray of black light that shot into the sky. The battle had begun once more. On the other hand, Yi Xian silently moved to the side. He gazed at the Tao Protector army in the sky and asked in his heart, "Senior, are there many of them?" Nan Qian replied, "I don't know." Yi Xian was just about to speak when an ancient voice suddenly resounded from the sky, "Retreat." As soon as this voice resounded, the Sky Devil army retreated, and even Fu Jian who led the group immediately retreated as well. As for Nan Qian, he took a deep and long glance at Yi Xian as he retreated. It didn't take long for the Sky Devil army to retreat like the tide. The human experts here instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw the Sky Devil army retreat. Because even more would die if the battle continued. Not far away, Yi Xian was also preparing to leave. Right at this moment, the Tao Protector Lin Dao suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "Is there something I can help you with?" Lin Dao stared at Yi Xian. "I saw you chatting with the Sky Devil race's Nan Qian just now. What were the two of you talking about?" Yi Xian smiled, "Nothing. We weren't talking about anything." Lin Dao laughed coldly, "Nothing? I don't believe you." As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian. "I suspect that you're a spy from the Sky Devil race." Yi Xian smiled, "Where's your proof?" Lin Dao laughed with disdain, "Proof? Do I need proof from my Tao Protector?" As he spoke, he suddenly pressed his right hand down towards Yi Xian. Bang! A powerful pressure instantly enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly, and he was just about to attack when Tian Han suddenly said, "Senior Lin Dao, he isn't a spy from the Sky Devil race. He's a member of my Sky Devil race." Hearing that, Yi Xian looked at Tian Han, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. What was this woman trying to do? Lin Dao also looked at Tian Han. "You're a member of the Sky Devil race?" Tian Han nodded. "He's a disciple of my Sky Devil race. I was the one who brought him in. He's absolutely not a spy from the Sky Devil race. Moreover, he's just a body cultivator." Body cultivator. Lin Dao sized up Yi Xian once more, and his brows furrowed slightly. "You're a body cultivator?" Yi Xian did not speak. Tian Han hurriedly said, "He's indeed a body cultivator. Senior Lin Dao, think about it, that woman even attacked him just now. If he's a spy, why would the Sky Devil race attack him?" Lin Dao was silent. Earlier, he had indeed seen the Sky Devil race's Nan Qian attack Yi Xian. Thinking up to here, Lin Dao's expression gradually softened, but as if thinking of something, he looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You were actually able to exchange a few blows with that Nan Qian just now. You're not simple." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm a body cultivator. Taking a beating is my forte." Lin Dao looked at Yi Xian. "May I know where your master is?" Yi Xian was about to speak when Lin Dao suddenly looked up, and in the next moment, he vanished. Yi Xian looked up, and in the void stood a white-haired old man. At this moment, Tian Han walked to Yi Xian's side and said softly, "The Tao Protector's Great Tao Envoy." Great Tao Envoy. Yi Xian glanced at the white-haired old man, and then looked at Tian Han. "Why did you help me?" Tian Han looked at Yi Xian. "You're not from the Sky Devil race, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm not from the Sky Devil race." Tian Han said, "Come with me." With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then followed. Tian Han brought Yi Xian to the other side, and she turned to look at Yi Xian. "Who are you?" Yi Xian smiled and was about to speak, but at this moment, the blood in his body suddenly trembled. Yi Xian was stunned. What's going on? What's with this bloodline power? At this moment, Ninth Floor suddenly said, "It should be a bloodline reaction. There might be someone with the same bloodline as you here." "The same bloodline as me?" Yi Xian was dumbfounded. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.